päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta. Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Everybody, and welcome back to SportsGamer, and welcome back to the Wraparound, the show where we take a look at all the happenings going on throughout the ECL and its 5 tiers. And of course, as always, there is so much to talk about, so I want to get right down to business at the top of the heap, of course, in talking about the Elite Division. Of course, our top tier here, the 16 top teams NHL esports scene on the European side of things at the very least. Although, of course, when we get into talking about these teams, and specifically our top team, there's an argument they're the best team in the world right now, certainly. Now, something I do need to point out here, of course, our typical week of action ends on a Thursday. I typically record the show on a Friday or into Saturday. There have been a couple of games that have been played that have slightly altered the schedule a little bit as teams are making up games. I'll make note of that as well, but it is worth noting that if something is out of date or inaccurate, I apologize for that. But again, it's teams making up games that will often lead to those issues. We start off top of the board, though. It is Parasite. For the 4th straight week, they find themselves in first place here in this division. And I mean, what more can be said aside from, hey, let's zoom in on them here a little bit. They did finally lose their first game of the season, that being to Totorit, who find themselves in second, but they maintain the best goals for, best goals for per game pace in the Elite Division. They maintain the lowest goals against average in the division. After 4 weeks of play, they still had the top power play percentage, a perfect penalty kill with the fewest amount of penalty minutes, and still had the top face-off percentage as well. Just absolutely crushing it all season long. And of course, it doesn't really change with the key players either. You had Vatu at the end of week 4 staying first in scoring with 63 points. As you can see, he is now up to 71 after a subsequent series was played. He was also first in goals with 41, and already for week 5 has added 5 more goals. Nicky Dangles ended the week second in scoring on 57 points, up from 50, as you can tell, already for week 5. Another 13 points for him. Was also first in assists, but dropped out of the top 10 in goals, but is now up to 23. Benito went from 3rd to 4th in scoring with 52 points, a 9-point week in week 4. Obviously, you can see what his stat line is now. He did drop out of the top 10 in goals after the end of week 4. Teemu, first in defensive scoring after a 7-point week, up to 37 points, stayed second in defensive goals with 10. And then Tombo did drop from second in defensive scoring down to being tied for 8th, but as you can see, still well over a point per game. And in terms of the goaltending, Vincere was the highlight. Went from first to second in save percentage after it dropped a little bit, but was still first in goals against average at a 1.3, which you can see he is still at now. And of course, Nikke, a perfect 10-0 as well. Parasite absolutely crushing it. And of course, as I mentioned, right, we've seen some differences already. Week 5 technically getting underway with some makeup games being played, and they are still on an absolutely phenomenal pace. Now, technically, at the end of week 4, it was Mustakalta who found themselves in second on pace. But as you can see, with those catch-up games being played, it is now Totorit in second. But I do want to talk about Mustakalta next because they held their position in second. We'll see if they can, reestablish that at the end of this 5th week. But a perfect penalty kill on the season up until these makeup games, just to drive everything out of date. You got to love it. But the key players for Mustakalta through week number 4, a lot of familiar names that we've seen numerous times. Aro went from 5th to 4th in scoring on to 52 points. He already added 4 more this week, but he was up from 37, so it was a big week for him, and then was second in the league in goals with 34 after an 11-goal week. And again, decent start for him in week number 5. We've talked about Mise before on the defensive side of things. Still top 5 in defensive scoring with 28 points. It was a 10-point week 4 for them. And then, of course, in goal, got to talk about Latve from 5th to 3rd in save percentage. Also, at the end of week 4, leading the Elite Division in shutouts with 4. So it's been a phenomenal season for Mustakalta, but also for Totorit. I mean, we were going to talk about them sooner rather than later. Anyway, well, they are technically in 2nd now. At the end of the week, they were in 3rd, holding that position, really off the strength of no longer leading the Elite Division in PIMS. And then you get to talk about the individual performances as well. Their leading scorer, Profilipaki, able to, still do very, very well. Did drop in scoring from 4th down to being tied for 7th. Went from 3rd in goals down to 4th. But obviously, it's still a tremendous performance, right? While someone like Oyala did drop out of the top 10 in point production, but you can see, again, it's 48 points in 26 games. It just so happens that the standard for scoring in the Elite Division right now is crazy. Sega Stormy was still 3rd in defensive goals with 7 at the end of the last match week. Still on 7 goals currently. And then we got to talk about Stammer in goal. This could be the favorite for goaltender of the season. Still had the most goalie wins at the end of the week with 18. Still has the most total saves. Went from 2nd to having the top save percentage in the Elite Division, and went from 5th to 4th in goals against average. Getting better is the goaltending and the defense of Totori as the season's gone on. And again, now we see it a slightly higher, literally as small of a gap as it can be at 0.01 in terms of a point per game pace over Mustakalta, but just 4 games left in this season for Totorit. Voittamaton, regardless, find themselves still in 4th, holding that position as well. We didn't see any change to the top 4 through match week 4. In terms of the numbers here, it was Eki moving from 5th to being tied for 4th in scoring with 52 points, up from 37. So a big week for Eki. Tempinen still top 7 in scoring on 49 points after a 17-point week, and is still top 5 in goals with 26 after an 8-goal week. Jamal the Man on the defensive side of things, still top 5 in scoring, 28 points, had a 10-point week. And then the goaltending, of course. We knew this was going to be a dynamic duo. Hanselino, still top 5 in save percentage, and still 2nd in goals against average in the league, with Zande, or Sibelius, of course, as I learned to know him as, jumping to 3rd in goals against average in the league at a 1.8. So things are still looking good for Voittamaton, but Mustakalta and Totorit are the ones that are just a little bit closer to trying to, lock down that 2nd place spot heading into the playoffs, presuming, of course, Parasite does not slip and drastically slip over their last 10 games. We go to Goons, who moved up 1 position into the 5th spot, despite having the worst power play percentage in Elite and still having the most penalties in Elite. And of course, that's tied into the fact that they hit everything that moves, more than 200 hits above 2nd place currently. But we get into talking about the big time names for Goons this season. We start with Canary, top 9 in scoring, at a 16-point week, getting up to 47 points, and has still maintained the most hits in the league with 284. Kontala, still top 9 in goals with 22. We talked about the penalties. Shout out to Lexa, who once again leads the league in penalty minutes with 26. But on defense, big week for Sisu, jumping from 5th to 2nd in defensive scoring, up from 18 points. Is also tied for 1st in the league in blocked shots with 29, while Easy Sniper still 4th in the league in D scoring with 29 points, up from 19, and is still 1st in defensive goals with 11 after a 3-goal week. Have to mention the goaltender as well. Circula, 22 of the 26 games played so far. 4th now in save percentage, down from 3rd place, as the save percentage took about a 1.2% hit. But it has been a phenomenal season for Goons compared to what some people, I think, may have thought it would be. Again, they've been kind of up and down, as we've mentioned, throughout the standings and into some trouble over the last couple of seasons, but they have been stellar, to say the least. The problem for them and anybody that finishes in those bottom 4 playoff spots, it is not an easy playoff matchup, no matter what, and no matter who you end up playing. In 6th place, down 1 position, Polski boys. Now, 2 key players for them. Yet again, we have to mention Tunkelia, still top 5 in goals at 26 at the end of the week. Of course, now on 28. It was an 8-goal week for him, and obviously off to a really good start to continue this week. And then in goal, Mistari Tiku, the goals against average dropped in terms of him having one of the top 3, if not top 5, in the league. And that would certainly perhaps explain the 1 position drop for the Polski boys. But on a 1.58 point per game average, they're still looking pretty good with 6 games to go. A lot would have to go wrong, and a lot would have to go right for other teams on the outside looking in terms of Polski boys not making the playoffs. But hey, crazier things can happen. But they held that 5th place spot for 2 weeks, now down into 6th place. The Blackjacks hold position number 7, and again, we got to talk about 3 key players for them. First and foremost, it's Kermit at the top, from 7th to 9th now in scoring on 46 points, and also from 7th to 9th in terms of goals. An unbelievable week 1 pace for Kermit. He's still having a stellar season. He's a goal per game, but he just hasn't been able to keep up that pace compared to some other players in the league. Psycho Skills still finds himself 3rd in defensive scoring with 30 points after an 8-point week, is also once again the league leader in interceptions. And then Tony had a big week as well, went from unranked to being tied for 4th in defensive goals at 6. So the Blackjacks still on pace to make the playoffs, but as we know, crazy things can happen in the last match week. Mythics find themselves in 8th place, up 2 positions this week, despite maintaining the worst face-off percentage in Elite. It actually dropped from a 43.65 down to what you see on screen. And Koloslav for them, their key player, dropped out of the top 10 in terms of goals, yet here they are, up 2 positions in terms of point pace. So, good week for Mythics, to say the least. Hamo find themselves in 9th, moving up 2 spots. Have to talk about Emil, of course, the captain, moving from 7th down to 8th in terms of goals, now with 24 on the season, but up from 17. Snipery loses his lead in terms of total blocked shots, but Hamo have continued that charge, as they were aiming to do after, as they identified a tough schedule to begin the season. They're on the cusp of being able to sneak into the playoffs here with 6 games left to go. Obviously, it's a little bit tough. Blackjacks, Mythics have games at hand and a higher point pace. It's not impossible, though, for Hamo to make it. We have Exon down 1 position, now in 10th, and now with the worst goals for per game pace in the league at a 1.95. Absolutely stunning. The only real positive is that Pikari no longer has the most penalty minutes, I should say, in the league. Genuinely stunning that Exon have struggled this much in terms of finding their offensive touch. I don't know if anybody predicted struggles quite like this. That said, they are still within striking distance of the playoffs, but 10 games left, 2/3 of the way through the season. You got to figure it out now. Tiki Talk find themselves up 3 positions, their first rise in the standings in 2 weeks, as they are now in 11th and no longer with the worst goals against pace in the division. And man, when we talk about them, we have, of course, talked about, sending in clips for hashtag ECL25 clips on social media. And boy, we had a heck of a clip this week as Tiki Talk scored what has been researched to be the fastest goal this season. And it is worth noting as well, it was scored by It's Party Time, who does have the fastest goal in Elite Division history way back in 2017 for ECL Season 4. Scored that goal in 18 seconds of game time. This one, 25 seconds into the game. So not an uncommon thing for It's Party Time in terms of scoring these goals and in terms of the stats. I mean, it wasn't just a quick goal that turned things around for Tiki Talk. It was his scoring in general, as he went from 7th up to 3rd in scoring and in total points, up to 55 now, up from 32. So a gigantic week for Party Time, and went from unranked outside the top 10 to 7th in goals with 25. And all that happening while Tamex dropped out of the top 10 in goals on 19 now in 20 games. But another big part is, okay, clearly if one person is doing really well, another person kind of drops off a bit, the rest of the team must be doing well. And that is the case. Savinainen went from being unranked to now being tied for 4th in defensive goals with 6, and is tied for 1st in block shots with 29. So a big, big week for Tiki Talk as they try to get a little bit more separation away from one of the potential relegation series spots. But of course, as we'll talk about the next few teams, you'll see these points. It's very, very close. Roots Gaming find themselves up 1 position this week as well, now into 12th. Key player for them, yet again, surprise, surprise, it's Sokolo. From 4th to now 3rd in goals with 28, up from 19 at the end of week number 3. Propelling this team, certainly, in terms of the goal scoring to try and avoid one of those drop zone positions. Which brings us to who initially ended the week in 13th, and that is Renascore. Of course, now they have been jumped by Vesa Pompa again, based off of pace, but Renascore had moved up 2 spots into 13th, no longer having the worst goals for per game pace, and finally scoring a power play goal. But as you can see, they have been surpassed once again by Vesa Pompa, who finished week 4 down 6 positions in 14th. Crazy. Absolutely crazy to me. I mean, no longer had the worst PK in the league. You know, they're still not the most physical team in the world, but just a brutal run of form for Vesa Pompa. But clearly, higher point per game pace now than Renascore, but they have just had a crazy up and down season, which can also describe another primarily Finnish contingent, that being the Fallon Coal Miners, down 3 positions this week into 15th, having lost 9 spots over the last 2 weeks, and now sporting the worst goals against average in the league. They have the worst penalty kill percentage in the league. Even Furion lost his league lead for most interceptions. It has been a disastrous run for the Fallon Coal Miners. The only saving grace is, of course, the automatic relegation spot has already been decided. So that is everything going on with the Elite Division. Of course, 2 things worth noting. I always talk about the ECL player license. We want to make note here, another perk that you get from having an ECL player license, 3 months free to the SportsGamer Health and Performance program that is designed to support your journey towards enhanced performance and well-being both in and out of the game. To get your free membership, simply check your email. There should already be an email with the link and a code there to start off on your journey. So make sure to check that out. And of course, we always mention with the player licenses that we have our live final coming up for the ECL Elite Division this upcoming February at Assembly, as the top 2 teams will go head-to-head to be crowned champions for our Winter 25 season. So keep an eye out for that as well. Of course, that is an attendable event for anybody, but again, another perk for those player license holders. But we'll see. I mean, again, in terms of the Elite Division, just how quickly things can change. You already saw a good example there for how rapidly out of date information can prove to be. Next up, let's talk about our Pro Division, Tier 2 of the ECL ladder, and we will start off with Group number 1, where holding the top position is yet again Gotham Knights, sporting the lowest goals against average in their group, the top power play percentage. They did lose their perfect penalty kill as well. Key player for them, Kusan, in goal, drops in save percentage, but does still have the most goalie wins with 20 wins in 24 appearances. So the Gotham Knights doing their best and certainly on track to potentially find themselves back in the elite tier. We have Zenigame holding their position in second place. two key players for them. We have to mention Imosi, who we have mentioned at times throughout this season, now up to 4th in goals with 35 in 24 games. And Ubiexor in goal, now 2nd in save percentage at an 85.28, is splitting time with Esko Itika. But obviously, Ubiexor, very, very strong on the season. So Zenigame still in a good position. You have D-Lock up in 3rd, still holding down that position as well. No movement thus far until we get to Nova, up 2 positions now and into 4th, sporting the best goals for per game in the group. And 2 key players for them, I've mentioned them a couple times throughout the season. Niestior as their top scorer, drops out of the top 5 in scoring in the league in general and goes from 1st to 5th in goals. It once more shows you just how intense the competition is, because 66 points, 35 goals in 28 games is stellar. While King of Apes, on the other hand, retains his first place position in terms of defensive scoring and also moved into 1st place in defensive goals with 12 at the end of the week. Already has 2 more to kick off week number 5, as again, Nova look to make up a little bit of time. So strong push from them as the season has continued on. Now, originally, once again, we have one of these situations. It was Otukset who found themselves in 5th at the end of the week, up 2 positions, while Blackbirds were in 6th and down 2 positions. These 2 teams have obviously swapped their current locations in the standings. Let's talk about Otukset first, though. No longer having the highest power play percentage, but 2 key players for them, both on the defensive and goaltending side of things, as they moved up 2 positions. And it's not surprising when you're able to have, someone like Yukas, who is leading the pro division in interceptions at the end of the week, and Roysto, who was tied for the most shutouts with 5. But Blackbirds currently do find themselves up ahead, and a big part of the reason for that, maintaining the top face-off percentage in the group, which was actually up from 53.3%, despite the fact that Almio dropped in goal-scoring pace. Blackbirds did fall down 2 positions, but again, they have made up some ground now, so we'll keep an eye out on that. 7th place, end of the week, and even now, it's the Old Timers, who also fell 2 positions, and unfortunately for them, sporting the worst goals for per game pace in the group. And Tisalino, as a result, in goal, dropped in his wins pace. So the Old Timers trying to hold on to a playoff spot down the stretch, as Vizio, again, another team that has moved up. I feel the need to continue to emphasize that, and I apologize. But they were originally tied for 9th at the end of this past week, while Exa were in 8th. So we'll talk about Exa first, who moved up 1 spot to claim 8th. They did lose their highest goals for per game pace and developed the worst face-off percentage in the group at the end of the match week. But they did still have a couple of key players, and we've talked about them all season long. Adri, going from 3rd to 4th in scoring, was still 2nd in goals at the end of the week, while Vinci did drop out of the top 5 in scoring. But again, you can see how close it is at this point in time. Very much expect to see Vinci back into that top 5 mix. But then you have Vizio, who, as mentioned, ended up being tied for 9th at the end of the match week. That moved them up 4 positions. And right now, they're on pace to make it yet another position and potentially back into the playoffs. They've moved up 6 spots in the past 2 weeks, and they might not be done. So this is an incredible bounce back for them down the backstretch of this season. While Devils were the other team tied for 9th. And did I say the other team? Because, yeah, there were 3 teams tied for 9th. SSK Esports involved in that as well. For SSK, they had moved up 2 positions despite maintaining the worst penalty kill percentage in the group. Fewest hits, fewest PIMs, which is nice, but, it also kind of says, okay, they probably haven't been on the PK too much and haven't really gotten to work on it. Worth noting for them, key player in goal, Broken Rice, who ended week 4 as the goaltender with the top save percentage and the lowest goals against average. We'll see if they can keep those numbers up. While for Devils, hey, Bugamir has the most pims again. You got that going on for you. They had dropped one spot down into that tie. It just shows how close the race is at this stage of the season. We move down to the team in 12th, Nordic Stars, holding that position. No longer having the worst face-off percentage in the group at the end of the last match week, but they do have the most penalty minutes. They also have the most hits as a result, as they've had all season long. The two key players over the past week for them, we have to talk about Katanarski one more time. Now tied for second in defensive goals with 8. Did not score at all in the past week, but does maintain the most blocked shots at the end of match week 4. While their goaltender, and actually let's go back here, Sake the Engineer, the most saves in the pro division, which can be a positive because, hey, you're stopping the puck, but it can also be a sign of some defensive struggles from the team in front of you. Serpents moved up 3 spots to take 13th. They have gone from 9th to 16th to 13th. It's been a really weird season for them. Worth noting, they did finally score a power play goal, so that's cool. Mites moving up 1 position into 14th, finally improving their goals for per game pace, with it no longer being the worst in the group at the end of week 4, while Kumanelta Klubele find themselves in 15th and dropping 5 positions down from 10th. They are sporting the worst power play in the group. They lost their perfect penalty kill, but they do still have the top PK at 95%. So they got that going for them. They are still tough to beat in that regard. And then, bringing up the rear here, Deadly Phantoms down 2 more positions. The worst goals against average in the group. On the bright side, they no longer have the most amount of penalty minutes, but it is still just stunning to me to see a team with that much experience struggling to this extent. So that is the picture in group number 1. Let's take a look at group number 2. Surprise, surprise. They've held the top spot all season long. It's No Street Sports with the best goals for per game average at a 5.09. They've led this category all season. It's actually gone up from a 4.64. They no longer have the top power play percentage, nor do they have the lowest PK, though. So, trade-offs. They also have the fewest PIMs in their group, despite having the most amount of hits. So it's interesting. If you can get away with that physicality without taking penalty minutes, then, absolutely do so. Key players for them. They might be getting tired of hearing their names at this point. Toivon, still first in the league in scoring with 85 points, up from 49, while maintaining the most hits in Pro Division. Hisei, up to third in goals with 38. On defense, Atzes from third to second in defensive scoring, went from 25 points to 47. And Tapu, still second in defensive goals with 8. Did only have a 1-goal week, but No Street have been so stellar all season long and have to be one of, if not the favorites in the Pro Division to make it up to that next tier. You have Aspire with a monster week, moving up 6 positions into second place. This being despite the fact they have the worst penalty kill in the group. I don't get it. I don't get it. The top 2 teams had the 2 worst penalty kills in the group. Figure that one out. Key player for them, Tihizu, 5th in scoring now on 67 points and is already up to 76 as Aspire had played some games before the Monday. So crazy pace for them over the last week. Poggers also moved up 1 spot into 3rd place. They regained the best power play percentage in doing so. And more familiar names to speak of. We have Yakari, their leading scorer, jumped from 3rd up to 2nd with those 82 points, all the way up from 46, and is now 1st in the league in goals with 40. I preface one more time at the end of the match week. Some things might not totally line up anymore, but I can't redo an entire script. I apologize. You have Migo Buna also jumping up to 3rd in the league in scoring with 73 points. And Lorenhavi, we have to mention as well, goes from 2nd to 3rd in defensive scoring, but from 26 points all the way up to 42, and is now tied for 2nd in defensive goals with 8. So Poggers continuing to look good. Another club with a lot of elite experience. Rooftech find themselves tied for 4th place, now up 2 positions this week. Key player for them continues to be Limbe, moving from 4th to being tied for 5th in goals with 34, but it was a 10-goal week. So their star player continuing to do very, very well. While the team that they're tied with at a 1.77, Sawalanch, moved up 3 positions while regaining the disciplinary record for having the fewest penalty minutes. Key player for them, someone like Turtu, who did drop in goal-scoring pace at the same time that they're moving up the standings. You have Balbaz on defense, no longer with the most interceptions. Key player for them, though, Mr. Anton. Now 3rd in save percentage at an 84.12 and is tied for the most shutouts with 5. So despite some of the scoring pace falling off a little bit, their defense and their goaltending has gotten better. Isman Valinta find themselves down 1 position into 6th place. Unfortunately, not too much positive to speak of for them right now. Even key player Luki has dropped in defensive goal pace, while HC Logano have since dropped, but found themselves in 7th place at the end of the match week. That was up 2 positions while they gained the top penalty kill percentage in the group. But you can see here, Björklöven Esports have jumped them. Now, Björklöven did drop 6 positions throughout, in between weeks 3 and 4, but have already picked up the pace a little bit yet again, despite Alpha Boria dropping in goal-scoring pace. So we'll see if they can kind of recoup and regain that momentum as match week 5 goes on. 9th place and dropping 6 positions, the Herlev Eagles, right back down to where they were after gaining ground over the last 2 weeks. Only positive, they no longer have the worst goals against average. That's not even a positive, actually. In fairness, it just means the defense struggled a bit. And Provocacia in goal dropped from 3rd in save percentage. It was a bit of a rough week for the Herlev Eagles. I'm trying my best to find a positive. It just didn't happen. 10th place, the Finnish Roosters holding their position. Still the least physical team in the group. Not too much positive to speak of either. Ernati no longer tied for the most blocked shots, and Keskatalo, who I've spoken of very positively over the course of the season, dropped in save percentage and goals against average. Perhaps a positive that they were at least able to hold that position. Golden Sticks maintain 11th position while also maintaining the weakest goals for per game pace in the group. But they also have the best goals against average in the group at a 217. Figure that out. They're tied for the worst power play, but they have the best face-off percentage. I don't know what to make of them. They are bizarre, to say the least. The Nuremberg Ice Tigers up 1 position now into 12th, despite retaking the lead for the most penalty minutes in the group. Again, can't figure that one out. Cheeky Grinders up 1 position into 13th, while Red Bull Munich Esports dropped 2 positions down to 14th. They still have the worst face-off percentage in the group, and they lost their perfect penalty kill. Afterlife yet again holds down 15th position. Only positive for them, they no longer have the most penalty minutes in the group, while Refuse to Lose still at the bottom, maintaining the worst goals against average in the group. They no longer have the most hits. As a result, Sunny no longer has the most PIMs, and they're tied for the worst power play percentage in the group at 12.5%. So despite the fact that we're getting that much closer now to finding out kind of where, the cards are going to fall here for some of these teams, there's still some of these clubs that just don't seem to make any sense. Hey, we're really good in this regard. We're really, really bad in this regard, yet okay, this team's towards the bottom, this team's towards the top. Again, the top 2 teams in Group 2 had the worst penalty kill percentage. I don't know. Pro Division, all of these divisions, even the Elite Division, we had some examples. There's some weird things going on where the math just doesn't quite check out. We move on to our 3rd tier. It is the Light Division, and kicking things off in Group number 1, at the top, maintaining their position, it's Puck Over Glass. They keep the top goals for pace in the group. They keep the top face-off percentage in the group. 2 key players for them. For forwards, we have to talk about Hyde, their leading scorer, 2nd in the league in scoring with 77 points and second in goals with 48, while Nuzan is the defensive scoring leader with 43 points. So things looking really good for puck over glass at this stage. Second place, holding their position once again, Mudu Hockey, despite having the worst penalty kill percentage in the group. You see what I mean? It's really, really weird. They also have the most hits as well at 491, but just another one of those teams. I just don't know what to make of some of the stats that you think would mean like, okay, you're probably going to be lower, yet you're holding that position. It's just weird. A Squad find themselves up 3 positions this week into third place. They no longer have the worst goals against average in the group. That certainly helps. But they now once again have the worst face-off percentage in the group. They're not a very physical team. They're a weird team. That's all I can say. In fourth, now they have since fallen down a couple more spots in terms of pace, but at the end of the past week, it was Farmerlaget down 1 position, tied for the fewest PIMs, but clearly that's not the end-all, be-all as things are going wrong. They have dropped down a few more spots. It was HC Videlma who found themselves up 2 positions into 5th, where they still currently reside. But the German Ice Gladiators are the next team to talk about. They originally fell 2 positions down to 6th. At the moment, they are right back into 4th place where they were before and tied at the moment, or at the time, with Farmerlaget for the fewest amount of penalties. So, again, a very active scene right now in terms of things changing. Ending the week in 7th, down 2 positions were DEG Esports. They're down even another position already here in week number 5. But DEG ended the week with the top goals against average in the group, the top penalty kill percentage in the group, and that's despite goaltender Miyaza dropping from 3rd in save percentage. We'll talk about Collicott in a minute, because technically it was Black Sharks who finished in 8th at the end of the last week, moving up 2 positions, despite having the worst goals against average in the group and no longer having the lead in hits. Collicott were down into 9th, dropping a position to get there, but as you can see, they're already back up into 7th after finally scoring a power play goal. They do still have the worst penalty kill in the group at an 80.95, or at least they did, because, hey, look at that. It's already gone up since. So, again, these catch-up games can drastically change the outlook of things, and at least for Collicott, they no longer had the worst face-off percentage at the end of this past week, and still don't, as you might be able to see from some of the other stats. The Carless Icemen finished their week tied for 10th. They had moved up 1 position to get there, no longer having the worst goals for average or the worst penalty kill. It helps that they no longer have the fewest penalties taken, so that PK got a little bit of extra practice. Key player for them, Ekison, dropping a defensive goal pace, but they still went up a position. So, again, the math doesn't check out. Team Infernus, the team that they are tied with for 10th at the end of the match week, had dropped a position and do have the worst goals for pace in the group, but they have the best power play percentage. Of course they do. And at the bottom, regardless of whether or not it was out of date or not, it is SSK Academy holding that 12th place spot. They maintain the most PIMs taken in the group. Fox individually no longer has the most, but the team as a whole with the most amount of penalties, certainly not helping them. But another group where you can already see the examples of just pieces changing around at a very rapid pace. Group 2, at the end of the match week, it was Project X at the top. They moving up 1 position to take top spot from 2nd, while Tokuku dropped 1 position, despite still having the top goals for average, the lowest goals against average, the fewest amount of PIMs. They did lose having the most amount of hits, but again, for a very physical team like that, no longer having the most amount of PIMs, I guess it makes sense. They did maintain the top face-off percentage, actually gained the best face-off percentage, and a couple of key players for them. We've talked about Yusa Solo a couple of times. They maintain first place in scoring with 82 points, up from 64, and also still first in goals at 50, up from 42. Temu Underdog, we have to mention, went from 2nd to 3rd in scoring at 76, but it was a 16-point week. And then in goal, one more time, why not mention Bobby Python? Did drop in terms of wins and save percentage pace, but is still tied for the light division lead in shutouts with 4. So Tokoku losing 1 position in the standings, still in a very, very good spot, while Ruti holds their position in 3rd, as they do maintain the top power play percentage in the group, the top penalty kill in the group, and goaltender Temeti maintains the most amount of wins. So they're still in a very good spot. The 3rd team over 2 points per game. 4th position, HC Pustertal Esports maintaining that spot, the league's most physical team. Key player for them, we have to mention, I imagine it's Lemonzy. First time we get to talk about you this season, but is now tied for 1st in goals amongst defenders with 9. So certainly a player to keep an eye out on as we go down the stretch. We haven't really gotten too many examples outside of Ruzakuza for key players on Pustertal compared to the rest of the pro division. Vitos Vitya maintain 5th position for yet another week. They have lost their best, group leading goals for per game pace. Still at a 4.5, though. They are still as well tied for the fewest amount of penalties taken. Ice Baron Lauf Gaming up 3 positions this week into 6th. Very nice for them. While SCB Esports dropped 1 spot into 7th. They are the team with the most amount of penalty minutes taken, despite Error Victim in particular no longer having the most in the division. And despite the broken logo, Kokai Esports were up 2 positions into 8th place. As Coup de Gras end up being tied for 9th. That has since changed, but ended the week tied for 9th, down 1 position. Still with the lowest power play percentage in the group at the time. That has also changed, as you can tell there, by Woodhands. But no longer the most PIMs, so that was good. And then Iron Fist still first, or tied for first in goals amongst defenders at 9, despite not scoring any goals in the past week. So interesting, how things have already changed for them. They were tied with Boomers, who have already fallen off the pace a little bit. They had moved up 2 positions to be tied for 9th, despite maintaining the worst goals against average in the group, which, at least now, even with a couple of extra games, it was at a 5.25 at the end of week 3, a 5.06 at the end of week 4, and it's still continuing to drop now that they've gotten a few more games in. They have still maintained, though, the worst penalty kill in the group. Woodhands down 4 positions into 11th, and no longer sporting the top face-off percentage in the group at the end of match week 4, while Taisto moved up 1 position to 12th, no longer with the worst goals for pace, and no longer with the worst face-off percentage. So, scoring goals and winning face-offs, that will certainly help move you up a spot in the standings. While the Iserlohn Roosters esports squad were down 1 position, now sporting the worst goals for pace in the group, despite, the fact that they don't take any PIMs. They're tied for the fewest. They're not a very physical team, but they do regain the worst face-off percentage in the group. So the math does check out there. Group number 3, Sune Iko Esport up 4 positions into that top spot. While they no longer have the fewest amount of penalty minutes, they do maintain the worst penalty kill in the group at a 68.42. They also have the worst face-off percentage in the group, so it's kind of surprising to see them this far up. Key player for them, pronunciation might be wrong on this, let me know, but Svana, who is now tied for 2nd in scoring amongst defenders with 36 points. So, again, the math doesn't quite check out, but first place pace right now. They'll certainly take it. Kurtamia Vostan find themselves up 1 position into 2nd. They maintain the lowest goals against average in the group. They also maintain the highest penalty kill percentage in the group, while Datsuki has dropped in that defensive scoring pace. Key player that we have to mention is the goaltender, Masamon, who we have brought up a couple of times, now 1st in save percentage in the division. So very, very nice there. Hopfen Smoothie HC down 2 positions in the 3rd. They no longer have the fewest hits, but maybe that physicality didn't quite pay off for them. And actually, I believe Suni Iko have already jumped them yet again in terms of the fewest amount of hits. Macho HC end their week in 4th, up 3 positions in the 4th, while maintaining the top face-off percentage in the group and the top face-off percentage in the group, and Defender Dansk maintaining the most blocks as well. Actually, no, not even a defender, a forward, if I'm not mistaken. I'm 48 points. Apologies for that, but normally you don't see a forward typically leading the way with 49 blocked shots. Does the math check out? Maybe, maybe not, but impressive to say the least. You have Setelekerho finding themselves up 1 position into 5th with the top goals for pace in the group while sporting the fewest amount of penalty minutes. I've mentioned Antti a few times. I'm going to do it again as the leading scorer of the team. Still 4th in the league in scoring with those 73 points, up from 58 at the end of the prior week, and does drop from 3rd to 4th in total goals with 43. It was just a 6-goal week, but Antti, of course, has skill well beyond this division, and of course the light division is an incredibly solid division, but that is an elite level player down in tier number 3. And Cutter, have to mention as well, did drop from 1st down to 3rd in defensive scoring after just a 5-point week, but is on 34 points in 20 games. The Seinäjoki Noms up 2 positions into 6th place. Very good week for them, while Underrated dropped 3 positions, losing their top offensive pace in terms of goals for per game. Psycho dropping in scoring pace, and Zahn as well dropping in terms of scoring pace, and drops from 2nd to 5th in goals with 42, just a 2-goal week. Rough run for Underrated, again dropping 3 positions. Saucer Hockey moving up 1 spot into 8th place. Couple of key players for them. Rantasaki no longer with the most hits. Mazupizu in goal, no longer with the most saves. As we talked about with goaltenders, it's maybe not the worst thing in the world not to have the most amount of saves, though, relative to the rest of the league. Another team with a really rough week, the Dara Stars, down 7 positions from 2nd place to 9th. Just a brutal run with 1 win in their last 10 games. While the Gleimus Hockey Krefeld squad, for the 4th straight week, we've only played 4 weeks, but they maintain 10th position with the worst goals against average in the group. A positive, they no longer have the most amount of penalty minutes. Red Dragon specifically no longer tied for the most amount of PIMs, but they have developed the worst penalty kill in the group, or the worst power play in the group, excuse me, at an 8%. The penalty kill is not that bad. And, you know, most interceptions for Smokes. I try to find the positives where I can, but for Krefeld right now, it's been a bit rough. Never ideal to see multiple players at a -40 or potentially lower. Once again, you have the Moscow Capitals holding down 11th, fewest hits in the league, of course, but Akima, who we have to mention yet again, has gone from 2nd to being tied for 1st in defensive goals with 9 on the season. Continues to be a key player for that particular squad. And once again, Game Over Esports at the bottom of the group, maintaining the worst goals for per game average in their group. They did finally score a power play goal, so that's a positive. And they no longer have the worst face-off percentage. Also a positive. But they have regained the league for most penalties taken. Maybe not surprising. They have the most hits in the group. They also have the player with the most PIMs and the most hits in the entirety of the light division, that being Mohikazi, who is just a monster on the ice in terms of the physicality. And goaltender, hot and fire, with the most saves in the league. Group number 4, let's talk about the Six Sticks Misfits holding their position, despite no longer having the best goals for pace. On the bright side, a little bit more discipline. They don't have the most PIMs anymore. They also don't have the most hits, so maybe the physicality calmed down a little bit. Key player for them has to be Lamsa, now 5th in scoring with 70 points on the season. So things still looking pretty good for SSM. while you have Kikakiria once again holding down second place. Key player once again, Yimpa, third in goals with 45 on the season in just 22 games. SSK prospects hold their third place position. They no longer have the top goals against average, nor do they have the top power play percentage, nor does Victor Hall have the most interceptions and has dropped in the defensive scoring pace. But a couple of key things to note, it has to be the two goaltenders, as Lidman now second in save percentage in the league, and the Raws still tied for the league lead in shutouts with 4. So goaltending still a strong suit for SSK prospects, as we have a tie, or at least we did, for fourth place. It was Vita, and including me, Vita holding down fourth place, where they still currently find themselves now on point pace, including me, moved up one position. Now they essentially find themselves back in fifth and holding. Worth noting for Vita, though, no longer tied for the most PIMs. So, hey, a little bit more discipline has proven to go a long way. Hockeyholics finding themselves up 2 spots into 6th place, while the VBO Stars dropped 1 position into a tie for 7th at the moment. Now, technically outright in 7th, and in 8th, Pata Halala had moved up 2 spots into that tie for 7th. Now, technically 1, with their key player being Aransi Poika, who is tied for 3rd in save percentage, if I am not mistaken. I clicked on technical disaster, didn't I? I sure did. That's what happened. This is what happens when the standings change. But yeah, for Palta Halala, again, Aransi Poika doing very well so far. Their goaltending in general has done very well so far this season. Technical disaster, you already got a brief look at them. They did technically drop down to 9th and lost 2 spots after potentially, I thought originally, losing their perfect penalty kill. That does not turn out to be the case, so there must have been a stat change there. They no longer have the fewest PIMs as well, though, so they have gotten a little bit of extra work in that regard. You have the Hurricanes holding on to 10th position, although they could be on the rise here. We shall see. Trojans holding on to 11th position, no longer with the worst PK or face-off percentage, so some improvements there. Calipo HC holds 12th place, no longer with the fewest amount of hits. And then Bellissimo, for the 4th straight week, maintain dead last in the group. They do no longer have the worst goals for pace or the worst goals against, and they finally scored a power play goal while improving. In those regards, they did lose their top face-off percentage and still have just 1 win in 16 games. So another one of those divisions, a lot of things are changing that quickly, right? And that's what I like to highlight here, even though it can be a little bit frustrating. Be like, oh, okay, some teams played some makeup games. From my perspective, it changes some of the stats, right? But it also just shows how quickly a couple of wins, couple of points here and there can change the picture that quickly. And you move a team like Pata Halala, all of a sudden, hey, they're in a playoff spot. Oh, no, a couple games later, no, they're not. Just shows how close the races are as we move on throughout the season. Tier number 4, it is our core division. Let's start off at the top. Group number 1, Dynamo HC, still maintaining that top position while holding on to the best goals against average in the group and the top face-off percentage in the group, while goaltender Callum maintains the top save percentage in the entirety of the core division. We've talked about Callum quite a bit. I imagine we'll continue to do so. In second place, still holding on to that position, Hiljanen Pikkukaupunki, no longer with the most PIMs. So, hey, improvement there. And Aprilia with the most blocks. So, again, some things going well for those 2 teams as they continue to try and match the pace. But you have to keep an eye out on the Cape Town Kings, up 1 position now into 3rd. They have lost the top penalty kill percentage in the group, but they also now no longer have the fewest PIMs. So they had to test that penalty kill a little bit more, lose that top percentage, but still move up a position. Not bad, all things considered. And a change here already. It was Prowlers in 4th. We will still talk about them now. They had dropped 1 spot and clearly in danger of dropping down another spot. They did keep their top goals for per game pace and the top power play percentage, but Hanu had their goal scoring pace drop from second, or at least outright scoring pace drop. They are in first, 4 goals on 43, up from 37. But it just goes to show you have one key player and a total scoring pace start to drop. And all of a sudden, you could be slipping up a little bit because, look at that. Kopibuti, who held 5th position, currently find themselves at the point I'm talking, up into 4th, while maintaining the worst penalty kill in the group. So go figure there, but they're on the charge. Taskubilis holding down 6th position for this week, while the Gilly Gang maintain 7th position. Still rocking the top penalty kill, but no longer with the most amount of hits. You had Vide dropping goal scoring pace, DeSautia dropping in defensive scoring pace, but still maintaining their position and a playoff spot. Not a bad spot to be in. Raiders HC also maintain 8th position, while Philippi Parit maintained 9th, despite rocking the worst power play percentage in the group. They do have the fewest PIMs, but they also have the fewest amount of hits, and they maintain that as well. So again, not a very physical team. Not surprising that there's fewer penalties. For the 4th week in a row, Scrubs holding down 10th position, the most physical team in the group. And hey, they finally scored a power play goal as well. Not too bad. And for the 4th straight week, it is Ingolstadt holding down 11th, maintaining the lowest goals for number, having the highest goals against average. They have taken the lead for penalty minutes as well, and they have the worst face-off percentage. It's been a rough go for them as they are still winless through 20 games played. We move to group number 2, Maitoyuna still for the 4th straight week atop the group with the top goals for pace, with the top power play percentage, and in terms of their key players, Mina Olenmake, their top scorer, is the 2nd highest scoring player in the entire division. Anton now 3rd in scoring, with, at the time, had a very nice 69 points, now already up to 72. Toimi Tatula goes from 3rd to 2nd in defensive scoring, and Fekinamo up there as well in terms of save percentage. Things are looking really good for Maitoyuna as they continue to be the favorite out of group number 2. Although in 2nd place and up 1 position, the Cost Wolves are on a really good run right now. Despite Marul dropping in scoring pace, we have to talk one more time about Skillers, who does go from 1st to 3rd in scoring in terms of total points and drops from 1st to 2nd in goals. Only has 8 goals over the last 2 weeks. But despite those struggles compared to a pace set earlier in the season, the Wolves are still, jumping up in terms of the standings. And Lazan has a good shout for that as well. Most wins of any goaltender, providing some solid efforts back there and giving his team a chance to still kind of figure out those performances and really lock in as we head towards the playoffs. Nameless was originally next, having dropped 1 position into 3rd. As you can see right now, they're down in 5th. They lost the best goals against average in the group. Jimmy Nohan's dropped in goals pace as well. And Armian Curry, who were in 4th, now find themselves up into 3rd in the middle of this week with the lowest goals against average, maintaining a perfect penalty kill while taking the fewest amount of penalties and having the top face-off percentage. It's not surprising to see them take that step up. And Nordic Nosebleed as well, originally holding down 5th position again. They're up into 4th. They've no longer taken the most amount of penalty minutes, and John Kloss in goal is still 3rd in save percentage. So a lot still potentially changing throughout the middle of this group, while Salasiura hold in 6th place. HC Oviedo up 4 spots this week, really on the charge, despite the 5-5 record in their last 10 now, and despite still being tied for the worst goals against average in the group at a 4.5, but it is down from a 5.0. They are the most physical team in the group as well. 8th place currently, it is the Reckless Panthers, down 1 position. No longer sporting the worst penalty kill, which is nice. but they have taken the most amount of penalty minutes. So, that penalty kill has gotten some work, which isn't necessarily a good thing. HC Lisco holding down 9th. They moved up 1 position to take that spot, while Nürnberg Nidhager dropped 2 positions despite having the league interception leader in Jackie. 11th, down 2 positions, Yervan Lecky, keeping the lowest goals for pace in the group at straight 2s. They did finally score a power play goal. It is the lowest percentage in the group, and they also lost their perfect penalty kill, no longer having the fewest amount of PIMs in the league as well. Fewest amount of hits, so again, the kind of correlation that we typically see there. Wildcats Esports hold the lowest spot in the group yet again, tied for the worst goals against average in the group. They have the worst PK in the group and the worst face-off percentage in the group. The math does check out there. Group number 3, the Silver Sword Griffins for the 4th straight week in first place with the best goal-scoring pace in the group and no longer having the worst penalty kill. You did have Latminx dropping in scoring pace, but we have to mention Krititus one more time, still first in defensive scoring with 41 points after a 5-point week. So the Griffins still looking very strong. Panic on Ice maintain their 2nd place spot yet again while having the lowest goals against average in the group, the highest power play percentage in the group. They did lose the top penalty kill percentage, but 2 key players for them, have to mention Paninen, now first in scoring in the entire division, now up to 73 points in just 18 games. Another player of elite talent finding themselves a bit further down in the ladder than you might expect, whether that be availability or whatnot. And in goal, have to mention Miga with the lowest goals against average amongst starters in the division. Tarun Gasalit holding down 3rd position with the top face-off percentage in the group, the fewest amount of penalties, the fewest amount of hits, what we say there, the best PK, and Niti Virta being tied for 2nd in defensive goals with 9. No goals this week, but things still looking pretty good for Tarun Gasalit. Kella Goldcard also maintaining 4th position despite the lowest face-off percentage. And a couple of players, Rome Yarali Mies dropping in scoring pace and Leviopo dropping in goals pace. Still holding on to 4th position, though. Very good to be able to maintain your spot when you've struggled a little bit compared to what you were able to do earlier in the season. But they got to be careful. A team like Pulp Odyssey, not that far behind, moving up a position this weekend to 5th. HC Last Resort, pulling off the swap with Pulp Odyssey, but now with the most PIMs in the group for Last Resort. Toliki from 4th to 3rd in goals, though, up to 37, and Essie keeps the most PIMs in the league. So you get the good with the bad in terms of the goal scoring, but the penalties continuing to be a bit of a problem. The Back Check Boys, once again in 7th place, while Mieskisat down 1 position ultimately. And perhaps no real surprise there, as I just noticed a typo. But you know what? We're fine. We're good, right? We're good. I don't know how to mark down numbers. Apparently, don't mind me. It's been a long week. Rodis down 1 position into 10th. They do develop the highest goals against average in the group. They also keep the lowest power play percentage. No longer have the most amount of penalties taken. Yargany no longer with the most amount of interceptions. So again, the good with the bad. You improve your discipline, but the defense may have struggled, and outright did struggle, you can say, with the goals against average going up. The Brunker Bulldogs down 1 position this week. They maintain the worst goals for average in the group, with goaltender Igor Kotskonung having the most saves. Just goes to show, seeing a lot of the puck and more than a goalie would prefer to see. The Kerbads Warriors down 1 position, now last in the group with the worst penalty kill in the group. Probably not a coincidence. Group number 4, top of the board, once again, Latunakat with the top goals for pace in the group, the top power play percentage in the group. They do have the most penalties taken, but they also have the most hits, to say the least, thanks to Mikihili, to say the least, keeping the most hits in the entirety of the league. But Hagen Hamilton now up to first in defensive goals with 12, at least listed. It did happen with somebody else where it's like, oh, this person's actually a forward. Website-wise, though, Hagen Hamilton under the sort is there for defenders, and with 12 goals now in 17 games. Hiatala's save percentage did drop a little bit, but it is still essentially at an 85, which is very, very stellar. But Latunacat are tied on pace with Tiki Taka. So technically, Tiki Taka, holding their position for the fourth straight week. They do have the lowest goals against average in the group, but are sporting the worst power play. It doesn't really make sense. A team with that rough of a power play would be that high up and as good as they are. If they can get that sorted, I mean, they're cooking. Worth noting as well, Nikowers one more time, third in defensive scoring now with 35 points, and has gone from first to being tied for second in defensive goals with 9 after not scoring this week. You had originally Rusty X in third holding that position, and the Sopranos had moved up one spot into fourth, but it is now Sopranos in third with the top penalty kill at the end of match week 4, although it has dropped since that point. They had taken the fewest amount of PIMs with the fewest hits. Again, it makes sense. Morelli dropping in defensive goals, but they're still on the rise. 7 wins in their last 10. The Carmadillos holding down 5th place, while Skyfall dropped 3 spots down into 6th. The Solution once again holding down 7th place with the worst goals for pace in the group, while EHC Ulton Esports yet again holding 8th position while retaking the worst penalty kill percentage despite having the top face-off percentage. EV Duisburg holding down 9th place, while Dompa HC maintained 10th with the worst goals against average in the group. Worth shouting out the Disney time with the most blocks in the league, while Vita Academy find themselves once again in 11th with the worst face-off percentage in the group. I think you would have sensed the theme by now. It's been pretty tough to avoid in terms of the consistencies throughout these groups. Some teams really struggling in certain regards, but still doing really well. Other teams doing really well in certain regards, but struggling in the standings. Just how quickly teams can change spots in the standings as well. Some teams being able to, fend off some of the pressure despite some of their key players underperforming. And it's those type of weeks that really help solidify you as a playoff team. It's quite the competition going on down in core at the moment, though, specifically. And last but not least, everybody, it is our Neo Division. Let's get into talking about it. Kicking things off, group number 1, Brothers in Gaming, moving up 1 position this week. Very nice. Still have the top goals for per game pace in the group and the fewest amount of penalties taken. Key players for them, Vader now 3rd in scoring, Mezerin Jack, I'm not sure, 2nd in goals with 49, and goaltender Brian tied for the most wins. Nordic Knights now in a tie for 2nd place with the worn out Wise Men. For the Knights, no longer the worst goals against, or the highest goals against average, I should say. So technically the lowest. It's all about the phrasing there. They did finally score a power play goal as well, but they lost their perfect penalty kill. It is still the best in the group, and they still have the top face-off percentage in the group. While the worn-out Wise Men do take over the lowest goals against average in the group, they also finally scored a power play goal while losing their perfect penalty kill. Still the most physical team in the group as well, with goaltender Samito being 2nd in save percentage. The Ice Raptors, after 3 straight weeks on top, fall down to 4th position, while Sierra Kunta hold in 5th with the top power play percentage in the group. Hawks HC, once again in 6th, maintaining the lowest penalty kill percentage, while Dave Mihet lose their top power play percentage. They still have the most penalty minutes in the group, thanks to Flammeri having the most amongst all players. Nordic Falcons still yet to score a power play goal, and they lost their lead in hits, although I do believe, no, they still haven't recovered those, so never mind. The Czechosvizera Ravens hold 9th position with the worst goals against average in the group, while the Ice Huskies hold once again in 10th with the lowest goals for per game. don't have the lowest goals against average anymore, though, but they do still have the worst face-off percentage, although shout out to Vegas, who has the most blocks in the league. Group number 2, we have Sala Seuru holding once again. They do have the top face-off percentage. They don't. Actually, they do. I'm losing my mind. They have the top goals for percentage. They lost their perfect penalty kill, but it is still the best. They do still have the top face-off percentage. You have to understand, I mean, they're just leading the way in most categories, so it's easy to get them confused. Of course, they acquired Suomibo, who still leads the league in hits, and Osku is still tied for third in defensive goals. The Vitapoja Vikings hold once again in second place. Still have the lowest power play percentage, but fewest amount of penalties with the fewest amount of hits. But still, second place. HC Left Academy holding in third one more time. No longer with the lowest goals against average. They also lost the top power play percentage in the group. Still the most physical team, though. Beastie Boys up 3 positions this week. They had dropped 2 spots last week, so it's a good bounce back. They now have the lowest goals against average. Lassen Lampat up 1 spot after 3 straight weeks, finishing in 6th. They regain the best power play percentage, despite having, as well, the most PIMs. So they've been in the box a lot, but when they get their chances, they are taking advantage of them. The Hanover Indians Esports squad in a tie for 6th with Karit. Hanover down 2 spots, Karit down by 1, who also keep the worst goals against average in the group. And Legion HC holding in 8th. No wins in their last 10. You can check their rankings in terms of goals for, penalty kill, face-offs. It's been rough. Group number 3, we have the Typhon Veterans keeping the top power play percentage in the group. You also have Red Bull Munich Academy maintaining second position. Best goals for average, lowest goals against, top penalty kill. eBay still first in defensive scoring. Windows still tied for first in goalie wins and first in shutouts. I mean, they're doing well, but Typhon had a really, really strong week to maintain first position. Nordic Macabre find themselves up 1 position, now into 3rd, while HC Total Chaos moved up 3 positions into 4th, despite still sporting the worst penalty kill in the group. They do have the fewest penalty minutes, though, so the least amount of practice. They do have, as well, the top face-off percentage in the group. Nordic Knights down 2 positions into 5th, while the Puck Rats hold in 6th position. The Stockholm Vikings down 2 spots this week with the worst power play percentage in the group, while Utalan Palasiora hold in 8th position with the worst face-off percentage in the group, although shout out to Tim Pesky, who has the most interceptions. Red Falcons hold their position in 9th with the lowest goals for, the worst goals against average, the most PIMs, the most hits. It's going as it looks. Group number 4, top of the board. It's now HC Wolves moving up 1 position, despite losing the best goals against average and face-off percentage, but key players for them, Skeleton, 3rd in goals in the league, and Andy Jester, still 1st in save percentage and now goals against average in net. Clowns on Ice drop 1 position, losing the best goals for and power play percentage in the group, while the Flying Elbows are up 1 position. Mocha HC drop by 1 into a tie for 4th place with Wildcats Esports, who no longer have the worst power play percentage, but that doesn't mean it's good. And actually, they have reclaimed it since I first ran through the numbers. Twisted Clowns find themselves down 1 spot into 6th place, no longer with the worst PK percentage. You have Swiss Wolves Esports holding 7th place as their face-off rating and hit count improves, as does Free Swiss Elite, now tied for 1st in defensive goals with 10. Marshals hold down 8th position. Strength of the Pack for the 4th straight week hold down 9th and no longer have the league lead, or the group league in hits, I should say. And Northern Lighters, once again, at the very bottom. I'll go easy on them and just say the numbers don't look too pretty. And of course, last but not least, it is group number 5. Fallen Rangers at the top. Top scoring team in the group. Lowest goals against average. Best special teams. Top face-off percentage. Leading point and goal scorer Sebco. 99 points. 63 goals in 13 games. yeah, you're not going to be allowed in this division next year. Zaki as well was there with 73 points. Casanova down 1 spot this week, while Veljaskunta HC once again hold in 3rd position. Defenders of Veljan Polka, or Poika, Veljan Poika. There we go. Not a polka. He might be dancing. He's dancing on the competition. And Maltsevi, both up there in defensive scoring and defensive goals. Karhu Kisak maintain 4th position, the most penalized team in the group, so still doing pretty well given those circumstances. While the boys are back, maintain 5th with the worst goals against average in the group. Sekatuli holds 6th position, the worst goals for and power play in the group for said group's most physical team. Ice Hockey Net Yetis hold in 7th. And last but not least, the Valtakunnan Voittamaton squad. What a name. For me, at least, with the worst PK, fewest amount of PIMs, but also the worst face-off percentage. So I hate to say we get down to Neo when we're very far into a particular video like this, but we are. And I know you're ready for the ECL action to continue here on a brand new week. So we will wrap things up here for us on the Wraparound, heading towards the end of this season, of course. So thanks for joining us here. Thanks, as always, for supporting us at SportsGamer. And let the Week 5 action begin.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SportsGamer, and welcome back to our continued coverage of the ECL Elite Division. My name is Tugi, joined this time by Mr. B Major. B, of course, it is good to be back after I managed to miss last Monday due to illness, and my understanding is you almost missed this Monday due to illness, so the world's trying to keep us apart. But today, we fight back and say, no, we will cover ECL Elite Division action, as we have two very interesting matchups, given that we are heading into week 5 of the season. Our number 1 team in Parasite takes on Polski boys, and what could, end up being a playoff preview. Time will tell. And a little bit later on, Vesa Pompa take on Voittamaton. What are your thoughts heading into these two matchups?
Firstly, glad we could be together again, Tugi. Like you said, it feels like the world doesn't want it to happen, but you cannot deny us of our ECL hockey. Two really fun matchups, like you said. This first one, as you mentioned, could potentially be a playoff preview. Parasite right now on arguably one of the most dominant runs that we've ever seen in the Elite Division, while Polski boys in their 3rd year, maybe 3rd time's the charm, looking like they could very well be a playoff team, look very much improved over the last few years, and obviously Voittamaton, we know what they are. Vesa Pompa, still a team kind of in the race for the playoffs, could potentially sneak in. They're going to have to be near perfect, though, and 2 wins against Voittamaton are absolutely critical. So 2 matchups that aren't just against 4 really good teams, but also have a lot of potential playoff implications as well.
Well, we've kind of hinted towards it. Let's take a look at the standings to show you all what the situation happens to be. Again, it is a 30-game regular season, top 8 teams making the postseason. Parasite have been in first place all season long. At the moment, they technically are not, but as was discussed in the wraparound that aired a little bit before this, off of points pace, which is what we like to pay attention to when there is such a gap in games, as many as 26, as few as 20. It is still Parasite on pace to be the top team at the end of the regular season, while Polski boys, one of the teams that have their pace match up with their current position, they find themselves in 6th and 7 points clear of a team like Exen in terms of holding on to their playoff spot. But Major, again, it's 3 points for a regulation win. You're talking about 2 regulation wins in the games that Mythics need to make up, and all of a sudden they are 1 point behind Polski boys.
Yeah, and I feel like that's why this series feels like such a big one for Polski boys. And obviously, it's not going to be easy going up against a team in Parasite that looks like they have the inside track to take that number 1 seed. Obviously, we can't just go ahead and give it to them, but considering how they've played, what we've seen from them, and what the standings looks like, gotta assume they are probably going to surpass Totri for that number 1 spot and more than likely run home with it. But for Polski boys, like you said, Tugi, it's really critical that they get points here. They only have 4 more games in play, and we're about to see 2 of them right now. So if they come out pointless, all of a sudden, you're looking at the Blackjacks behind them that can pass them with 2 wins. You look at Heimo that can pass them, Mythics who is there, and you still have 2 other teams behind them as well, with what would end up being 6 games in hand with Exen and Vesa Pompa. So there's still a lot that the Polski boys are going to have to kind of look around, but the number 1 way you can avoid that happening is taking care of your own business. I don't think anyone's expecting them to sweep Parasite and get 6 out of 6 points, but if they can at least get 2 or 3, that would go a long, long way to helping clinch their playoff spot, because remember, you still have goons in front of them as well. There's only a 6-point gap there. So things could either go really, really well and help their cause into clinching, or they could be in a little bit of danger after today, seeing that there are 3, 4, maybe even 5 teams behind them that could be breathing down their necks if they come out pointless.
Worth noting, the only team to take points off of Parasite, at least in full, was Totri, as they are the 1 in the 19 and 1 in handing Parasite their only loss. Let's take a look at the matchup here, though, a little bit more in depth between these two teams. Obviously, you would have been able to see the goal differential. However, for Parasite, the top power play in the division as well at 54%, and still maintaining a perfect penalty kill. Although Major Polski boys have only slipped up once themselves.
Yeah, I mean, when these two teams take a penalty, they don't really have to worry too much, do they? I mean, both of them have been absolutely stellar. And obviously, we all know about Parasite. What they have been doing is pretty much historic at this point. They're on pace to have more goals per game than any team in ECL Elite history. They'd be the first team if they continue this pace to score 5 goals per game or more. So we know what they've been doing. We know how great they've been. I want to give a little bit of credit to Polski boys because, as we mentioned earlier, this is their 3rd season in Elite, a team that's climbed the ladder from the light division all the way up to the Elite division. Their first 2 seasons, Tuki, Polski boys were bottom 5 in the league in goals for per game. This year, they've really bumped that up. They're averaging almost a half goal for per game more than what they averaged in their first 2 seasons. So the goal scoring has been very impressive with them. Obviously, it might not look as impressive next to a 101 total on their left side, but Polski boys offensively are a much, much better team than what we've seen from them in the past. I'm very interested to see how much that is tested against this Parasite defense. It's been absolutely stellar.
Well, in terms of the defense, we'll take a look at the teams as a whole here. The lineups for this particular matchup for Parasite: Vatu, Benito, and Nicky Dangles, the front 3, with Tombo and Temu on defense, and Finsere in goal. On the other side, Tunkelia, Brokola, and Saski, with Kungankirva and Avote on defense, and Mastari Tiku between the pipes. And we'll look at those center comparisons here first. It is Benito versus Brokola. And, for you mentioned kind of for the Polski boys, right? Like, they're going to have good numbers in comparison to what we're going to see on the other side. It kind of puts them into perspective a little bit more. But something I will focus on here, as we typically do with the centers, that face-off differential. It is key for Brokola to keep that close.
Yeah, possession is going to be everything for this Polski boys team if they want to have a chance to win either of these 2 games. Brokella is going to have to find a way to win a few more of those faceoffs, especially against the center in Benito, that historically, as we've seen through the past, Tugi, is one of the better guys at the dot when it comes to that center position. So that's going to be a really interesting challenge, but something too with both of these 2 players. I know obviously there is a bit of a discrepancy between the points and the goals and the assists, but both of them playmakers for their team. Brokella, second on this team in assists, only 1 behind Kugan Kira, who's a defenseman, and then obviously Benito, one of the league's leader in assists coming into this season, second only behind Nicky Dangle. So both these 2 can distribute the puck. They're certified playmakers, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see what they can do to set up their fellow wingers on the left and right side.
Let's take a look here at said wingers as we get ready to begin the action here momentarily. Vatu and Nicky Dangles going up against Tunkelia and Saski. And of course, very similar story here in terms of, hey, right side's looking pretty good until you compare them to the top 2 point getters in the Elite Division through 4 weeks of action. And in particular, Vatu, who is doing his best to arguably chase down history. You never know. Could finish this season with the most goals in a single Elite Division campaign.
Yeah, and I mean, he looks well on pace for it right now. 46 goals, 71 points. I mean, he is putting up numbers, Tuki, that we have very rarely seen, especially in this division. And I think it's mostly impressive because of this season. The word was parity. We really didn't know what was going to happen. The champion and tunnel vision, obviously disbanding, so to speak. Some of them going to Parasite, some of them going to Exen, some of them taking a step away from the ECL in general. It was kind of wide open, and there were a lot of teams we felt like could take that step up, and it was about a 5 to 6 team tier that we felt like, hey, these teams can contend for a championship. And here's Vatu just casually averaging almost 2.5 goals per game. I mean, it is ridiculous what he's been able to do. But over on the right side, I want to give a shout out to Tunkelia. He was a transfer to this Polski boys team from Exen last season. A team that, like I said, last season struggled to score goals in Polski boys. Tunkelia has done wonders for this team. 28 points, extremely impressive what he has been able to do. Look out for him in these next 2 games.
And of course, our final head-to-head is the action's just about ready to begin, is the battle of the goaltenders. Finsere taking on Mastari Tiku. Finsere, of course, towards the top of both the save percentage and goals against average throughout this season. On the other side, Mr. Artiku, not too far off. The numbers actually dropped a little bit over the course of week number 4, Major, but still looking very solid.
Yeah, and I mean, Mistari Tiku, probably one of the more under talked about goalies so far this season. He's been really solid. Has started every game for this Polski boys side. Well, on the other end, we know what Vincere is capable of. He's been in a kind of dual goalie situation with him and Unique sharing time. But regardless, they're two of the best goaltenders in Europe, so it doesn't really matter who's in between the pipes. You know that you're going to be really tested by the goaltending on the other side. So these two could very well have a lot to say about the way this game goes. If it's low scoring, I would not be shocked. Both of these guys are absolutely stellar. We've seen both of them steal games in this division in the past. It's going to be a lot of fun to maybe see, especially on Polski boys' side, if they can do so 1 or 2 times here tonight.
Again, we are just a few moments away from the action getting underway. Parasite taking on Polski boys in our opening matchup. And again, a little bit later on, it is a Vesa Pompa in action against Voittamaton. We talked about it on the wraparound, sportsgamer.gg for all the information that you need on SportsGamer's new affiliation with WellNet. And of course, if you are an ECL player license holder, check your email. There's already a bit of an offer there for you in that regard. Major, I'm intrigued to see how this first matchup goes. If Polski boys can manage to put up, I don't want to say a bit of a fight, but as we know, they're up against it, right? We know that Parasite have been the top team in the league all season long. And no real surprise, of course, when it comes to player builds or anything like that. It's just going to be a matter of who can be more effective today, who can execute the game plan that they might happen to have. I'm just very intrigued at what the game plan might be for Polski boys. Do you try to adapt to the competition, or do you just play the style that you've played and say, hey, if it works, and try to make the most of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Polski boys, you can't get too far away from what has worked for you. They've had a great season so far. Obviously, going up against a team like Parasite can be, I guess, for a lack of a better term, intimidating, but I don't think you can stray too far away from what your identity is. This is the Polski boys team that has already played Totorit and played them close. 2 1-goal losses. They beat Voittamaton in one of their 2 games against them, and they played closely at Musta Kulta. A 1-goal loss against them and then a 3-goal loss. So they have played these top 4 teams before, have played them well. You got to stick to your identity, and you have to execute and play a full 60 minutes.
Here we go. Game 1. It is Parasite and Polski boys. Of course, we're watching from the Parasite perspective in their road white. It's going to be a lot of red in this matchup, and Vatu sees blood early on the breakaway, hits the post. Ran out of room. Good job by the defense to hustle back.
Yeah, but if you're Polski boys, you can't allow too many of those. This is a Parasite team that loves to pounce and pounce early. We've seen it so many times, Tugi, over the years. When they get that momentum, it's so hard to surge back against it.
Tamer tries to find space. Benito for Nicky Dangles the wraparound bid. Artiku stops the first official shot on goal.
This is the exact patented Parasite start, right? Start early, create those turnovers, dominate the offensive zone, and just barrage chances on the attacking goalie. So it's going to be interesting to see how Polski boys can fight it back.
They move to the forehand. Tried to find Nicky Dangles for the one-timer. Defense there to pick it off. Off as they try to find space. Pass off the mark. See Parasite go right back to work here. Find some space. Good step up hit by Trankelia. Not able to get the puck. Have to be great effort from all 5 forwards of Polski boys here defensively. Trankelia, golden helmet wearer, team leading scorer, but has played defense in this tier previously. Loose puck. Tombo's there to grab it. Now Teemu stepping up after laying the body down the other way. Short side scores. And that, well, it's not an Exon goal. Exon will take all the goals they can get, let's be honest. But it is a phenomenal goal for Teemu. End-to-end effort as he sneaks one past Mustari Tiku.
And Tugi, it all started on the turnover in the offensive zone from Polski boys. They've struggled to establish anything in the offensive end, weren't able to there. It turned into a quick 3-on-2 where Teemu, who we've seen in the past, is willing to step up and join the offensive rush. Does so there, beats Mistari Tiku. That's one he's probably going to want to have back. Parasite striking early. That's the exact start that they want to have, and the disastrous start that Polski boys wanted to avoid.
Make it goal number 11 on the season for Teemu. And in the running all season long for Defender of the Year. The season, I should say. He's up there in points. He's up there in goals. And adds another one. There's that hit right there as well that kind of led to that counterattack. He made the most of it.
Yeah, and it's interesting with Teemu with hits. He doubles anyone else on this team with hits. 123 this season. Benito was second closest with 61, so he's really the lone physical presence on this Parasite team. Kind of a defenseman that does a little bit of it all for them.
Polski boys into the attacking zone. Find the space that they're looking for. Slot shot bounces around. Parasite back in control. Angles as Benito tried to go back. With an emphasis from Parasite to try and find Nicky Dangles a few times. Another hit by Teemu. This time shut down on the counter. Polski boys able to break in. Don't have too much space. Covered. Elia holds, but still held in the perimeter. One-timer at the point. Deflection there, kicked out by Vincere. Boys get their first shot on goal. Angles for Benito down low. Back to him. Tried to find Teemu at the point. It goes all the way down. Go for the quick out. Elia is there to take it away. Numbers here momentarily for Polski boys. Sent across. Couldn't get the play off cleanly, and it's actually played out there by Vincere with a man right in front. Boys doing their best to hold on. In possession, that shot deflects away. Elia, and bumped off the puck by Teemu. And the physicality in this matchup.
As we talked about, Tugi, he's the physical presence for that Parasite team. Really one of the few that throws the body around a little bit.
Short side attempt there. Not able to find any space. Turnover leads to Nicky Dangles in a one-on-one. Good job. Rode to take that one away. Hit the final minute. Polski boys try to get in on the attack. That one paddled away by Vincere. It's going to count as a shot on goal. Pankelia's opportunity blocked. Second chance in front, blocked again. One more chance for Polski boys. Tankelia tries the shot. Parasite again able to get in front of it. They have a 1-0 lead. Thanks to a goal by that man, but it was the physicality that led to the opportunity. Let's get another look at that hit.
Yeah, that was a crushing hit right there, right on the boards, and we've seen that become a bit of an issue for Polski boys trying to counter against that. A team that we, like I said, don't often think of as being a physical team in Parasite. So far, it's impacted the Polski boys a little bit, but I will give the Polski boys some credit, Tugi. They have done a really good job of kind of evening things out after allowing that first goal. Parasite really didn't have a whole lot of opportunities. We saw Polski boys start to establish the offensive zone a little more, move the puck around. I think you would like to see maybe a few more shots on net than what we've seen from them, but overall, they kind of evened things out a little bit after that first goal went in, which against Parasite is exactly what you want to see. You might get that first punch thrown at you, but the question is how can you defend and can you eventually strike back? So I think overall, despite the one goal, which obviously that's what matters, a pretty solid period for Polski boys, especially to finish off.
We get ready for the second period. As always, the action brought to you by our friends at Kovalan Lakritsi. It is game number 1 between Parasite and Polski boys. Later on, Voittamaton taking on Vesa Pompa in our second matchup. Parasite in on the attack here. Again, working with those quick passes for Nicky Dangles. Nearly snuck that one home.
That's something that Parasite is so good with. They can just get the littlest bit of room, the smallest opportunity, and turn it into a dangerous chance. You saw it right there.
Moving here, combo. And tried to find the 1T. Polski boys have read those well so far, taking away those chances. Puck into the zone. Polski boys will elect to back up and defend. And they do very well. Here's Saski stepping up for Polski boys. Tried to cut back to the forehand and denied by Finsere. Parasite. Outshot in this game now after that last chance. Benito, great patience towards goal. Nicky dangles. Swing at it, couldn't get it. He gets dropped. A slow get up for him. Gives Polski boys a bit of space down the other way. Unfortunately, they picked a bad time for miscommunication. The opportunity's gone.
Yeah, that's exactly when you would have liked to have taken advantage of that. Pretty much a numbers game in favor of Polski boys as Nicky Dangles. You see the hit, got injured on that play, and Polski boys on the rush had a chance to maybe make something happen. He's all the way behind the net. It was going to take him at least 10 seconds to really be able to get back and make it a 5-on-5 situation. So little opportunities like that, Tugi, those are the ones that against a team like Parasite, you have to take advantage of. You have to be on the same page. Polski boys weren't right there, and they squander a good chance.
Face-off win for Benito. Emu avoids a hit. And one more time, Vatu shot, good stop by Mustari Tiku. Vatu leaving around, found Benito on the short side. A good save again. One goal so far in this one. It was Teemu. Found the back of the net and another offside against Polski boys. They did a good job in the first of timing it well, but they're being held up a bit more as the second period goes on.
And that's what Parasite does to you. They lock things down in the neutral zone. They make it difficult to get space and really know when your teammates are going to be crossing that line. They kind of disrupt the offensive flow. They've done it a couple times now.
Zone held in for Polski boys, trying to find some space, being held to the perimeter. Right back to point vote. A shot, good block by Benito. Second chance, that one denied by Tombo. Down the boards, shot on, stopped and covered by Finsere.
You feel like Polski boys have to feel like they're close. The time on attack has been rather even. Both sides have had a fair amount of opportunities. The question, how can Polski boys break past Finsere? Do they continue to try to go for those shots on net?
Chance now, Nicky Dangles trying to break through. As Vatu with him. Pull the trigger on the shot, broken up. Polski boys have done a commendable job defensively, but Parasite still in the lead. Combo for Vatu, good stop. Any bit of space they can find for those quick odd angle shots, they'll take it. Tunkelia again runs into Teemu, excuse me. Thought Vatu was going to get that pass up the middle. Here's Benito down in the corner. Dangles, kicks back to the point. More time down low, and this one's going to wrap all the way around and back to the Parasite zone. 4 minutes to play. Second period, dump and chase. Expertly timed for Parasite. And Polski boys do a good job of taking it away. Counterattacking opportunity and a big stop by Finsere. Wraparound bid. Defense is able to recover as Brokala got that look. Here's Teemu again. Shovels one towards goal. Nearly some friendly fire. And we'll have a face-off.
How about that save on the other end, though, Tugi, by Finsere? Great job on what was pretty much a 2-on-1 situation, staying committed to that shot and not biting for the pass that could have been potentially thrown over to that opposite side. Did a good job staying where he needed to be, made the save, and it led to an opportunity on the other end. And remember, during the pregame, we said these are two goalies that can potentially steal a game, and if it was low scoring, don't be surprised by that. So far, that analysis has held rather true. Finsere making some big saves, and obviously Mustari Tiku making some really good saves against a tough Parasite team as well. So both the goalies really impressive so far, making some critical saves that has kept us in a 1-0 game.
We get a look at a couple different opportunities, and this was the save. As Fincere did start to move back to his left, but does ultimately make the stop.
Give Tombu a lot of credit there as well, kind of just being there to disrupt the option of a pass. He may have not been a guy that got the stick on the puck, but just his presence pretty much disrupted the option for Polski boys to pass that across.
We hit the final minute of play here in the second period. Polski boys into the attacking zone, still looking for a way to score, but Teemu continues to be a problem that they can't solve. One-timer, they score! Mastari Tiku got a lot of it, but not enough when you're going up against the league's leading scorer. It's number 47 for Vatu.
Well, you said it earlier, Tugi. He's chasing history, and now he's one goal closer to that record. Vatu with that gold 1T ability. It helped him out on that one. I think that's a big reason that snuck past Mastari, who, like you said, got a lot of that puck, read the play well, but just didn't get enough of it. Sometimes it's just the difference of one split second that can be the difference between getting all of that puck and keeping it out, or just having to sneak past you. That's what happened there. Parasite with a big goal there to end the second period.
Puts Polski boys in a difficult situation. Now down by 2. As Parasite on pace. Still be the number 1 team, and now on paper, should they get the 3 points here, will again be at the top of the leaderboard. They're up 2-0 as we go to the third period.
And you know, you feel like Polski boys did a lot of good there in that second period, but just that late goal, we've seen Parasite so many times over the years score in the last 30 or 20 seconds of a period and it really make a difference for them. And boy, in this game where Parasite and Polski boys, there really wasn't a whole lot separating them other than the 1-0 score. That was one that they kind of needed, honestly, and Parasite was able to find it. And if you're Polski boys, you can't help but to go back, but look at that 2-on-1 that they weren't able to capitalize on. Some of the offsides plays, especially the one where they had an odd man rush and Nicky Dangles was down and still trying to get himself back into the play. I know they sound like small things, Tukey, but those are the plays that add up when you don't capitalize against a team like Parasite. And so far, they're adding up in a pretty big way for Polski boys. Now a 2-0 lead, or deficit rather, that they're going to have to climb their way out of.
Third period. Puck drop. Let's see if Polski boys can battle back or if it will be another regulation win for Parasite as they look to secure that top seed heading into the postseason. Teemu just continuing to give Tunkelia problems down that right-hand side. Polski boys still battling for the puck. Good hit down low. Back to the point. Still a man down for Polski boys. The short side doesn't go, and there is indeed a disconnect. We're going to end up having a restart here, but not before Teemu scores a goal. So we'll see what the official ruling on that one is, as Teemu, I'm sure, would love to have the second goal to his credit, but indeed, there will be a restart coming up here. As again, we'll Major, it's been a consistent theme this year. The amount of restarts, I don't remember the last time we have had so many. So it's fairly commonplace, but it's never not disappointing to see. With that, we'll throw it over to a break. We'll be back once we know how the teams want to advance. We'll see if they agree to let Teemu's goal stand. We'll see what the rulebook says on that one. And again, stick with us. We'll be right back as the action continues.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Makukastike maistuu parhaalta. Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, everybody, we are back. As you can see, the teams are matched up once again. 2 seconds of ping. So spoiled. Well, they were matched up again. And they're going to have to get matched up for a third time. Well, Major, the good thing is, like, you know, we cut out some of the stuff in our pregame that we'll now be able to talk about. And you're the responsible one around here, getting some keys to the game prepared. And of course, now we'll have 2 periods of play to be able to discuss how effective certain sides have been in regards to that. So you see the 3 keys here for Parasite. Major, your thoughts on how they've approached this so far, and have they been successful? I mean, they are up 3-0.
I mean, I think it's hard to say that they aren't 3 out of 3 here so far, Tugi. Continue to be you. I think Parasite, they've been exactly what we've expected from them and expect exactly what we've been used to seeing from them, really, not just this season, but really over the years. They attack, they make life difficult for the offensive team on the other end, they limit mistakes. They just don't really do a whole lot that gives the opposition an opportunity to capitalize, and they execute and really just execute, most importantly, on playing their game and imposing their style of play on the other team. I think so far they've done that perfectly. Number 2, limit Polski boys' shooting opportunities. You know, they've had a couple that they've given up, but nothing overly dangerous. Probably the most dangerous chance was that 2-on-1 that we saw from Sere save, but other than that, we haven't really seen Polski boys get a whole lot of shots on net to where you're like, ooh, man, that was really, really close. Parasite's gonna have to be careful. So overall, I think they've done a pretty good job of that one too. You know, last but not least, attack and pounce early. I mean, Tugi, we saw, what, 2 shots in the first 2 or 3 minutes there from Parasite, and then they scored not too long after that. Not surprising to see Parasite attack and pounce early. It's what they love to do. It's the way they can control the game and really kind of take the opposition out of it early. So far, hard to say that they aren't 100%. Check, check, and check.
And for the Polski boys, I mean, obviously we know that they are trailing here, but this is what you had marked down for them. And well, especially to that last point, haven't quite been able to hit that mark yet, but we do know that we'll have a little bit more time for them to work with.
I think 1 of 3 so far. I think they've been pretty locked in. They've been pretty focused. Obviously, there's been a couple of mishaps with the offsides penalties that they have been struggling with. But aside from that, they've been pretty together. They've limited mistakes for the most part. They haven't gotten themselves out of sorts defensively. They've taken advantage of some of the zone time they've gotten offensively. Wouldn't mind seeing them maybe put a couple of more plays together, but you know, it's hard to do that against a team like Parasite that doesn't really give you a whole lot of space. And that kind of goes along with number 2, capitalizing on Parasite's mistakes. Well, Polski boys haven't really been given the opportunity to do that. Parasite haven't made a whole lot of mistakes, and the couple that they have, like for example, some of those rushes to where they've gotten off sides, they've not been able to capitalize on. But that last one that you mentioned too, he scored at least 3 goals in each game. It feels like that was kind of the minimum, right? You come in, you know Parasite is what they are, but when you have a team averaging over 5 goals per game, you know that you're not just gonna have to stop them, but you're gonna have to find a little bit of extra goal scoring. Three scores felt like that was going to be the magic number if Polski boys wanted to have a chance. And realistically, you know that there's a pretty solid chance that it's gonna take even more than that. But 3 goals feels rather realistic, especially from a Polski boys team that, like we said, has improved their goal scoring compared to their first 2 seasons here in the Elite Division. So they're gonna have to at least get 3 goals to even push it to overtime and get a point out of this. Whether they can do that in the next 20 minutes has remained to be seen. But hey, that kind of feels like the magic number that we're going to have to look out for, especially with one more game between these 2 teams coming up.
Well, we are still waiting for these guys to get matched up again and get things back underway. We'll see how that affects the rest of the broadcast and potential caster availability down the stretch. But for now, we have some other numbers that we can take a look at here, including we'll kick things off the top 10 forwards as, of course, it's no surprise, Major. The front three of Parasite, well represented. Of course, we will see 7 and 8, Eki and Tempeden in action a little bit later on for Voittamaton. But what about Party Time as well? Up there for Tiki Talk, the lone representative of a non playoff team.
Got talked about more. I feel like he should easily be a candidate for forward of the year. He's someone that in the past has been a staple within the pro division. We've kind of known him to be a consistent 60-point guy last season, the spring season that went all the way up to 84, led this team in goals and assists. But man, he has come up into the elite division and it feels like he never left. We've talked about this a little bit in some of our articles. This is Tiki Talk's first season in the Elite Division since ECL 9, and Party Time has been a part of Tiki Talk since ECL 1, other than taking a little bit of a break Tiki Talk did during some of the ECL 22 and 23 seasons. So this is someone that had not been in the Elite Division for a long, long time, and not only has he come up and looked good, he has been one of the best forwards in the league. I think easily should be the favorite right now for comeback player of the year. When you have a guy, when he's up there with Ardo, with Benito, has more points than Eki and Oyala and Tempenen, that is someone that is not just a key piece to their team. That is someone that has established themselves as one of the top forwards in the division. So give Party Time a lot of credit, especially on a team that, like we said, isn't a playoff team, but has looked solid so far this season.
Well, thankfully, we are back underway. As again, Parasite do in fact have a 3-0 lead. Scoring the goal before the next break in play. A tough break for Polski boys as the disconnect happened with them established in the offensive zone. See what happens here again. Technically, the third period between these two teams. Polski boys, I mean, comeback might be a little bit unlikely. Good set of saves there for Mistari Tiku. Talked about it throughout broadcast. You're always playing for something. Goal differential can factor in as well. And unfortunately, the goal differential gets worse. Vatu finds the back of the net yet again. Number 48 on the season. And Major can happen that fast in the blink of an eye.
It really can. And you mentioned you're always playing for something. We talked about Vatu chasing that record for goals scored in the season. And also Parasite is chasing that same record as a team and goals scored per game in a season. So Parasite still has a little bit to play for. It might not necessarily be as important in terms of wins and losses, but hey, they want to be able to write their name in the history books. They've all been around a long time, and it's something that no one else other than them can say that they've been able to do. So still a lot for Parasite to play for, and they might be adding on to it here.
Indeed. Delayed call. They will be going to the power play unless they find the back of the nets. Angle strip of the puck, and it goes from bad to worse for Polski boys as they head to the kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's starting to kind of unravel a little bit for Polski boys since this third period started. But remember, Tugi, we talked about this during the pregame. For those that weren't with us, Polski boys have the second best penalty kill in the league at 95.2%. Team of the best, you guessed it, Parasite, a perfect 100%. So it's going to be a tough task against a Parasite team that's over 50% on the power play. But nevertheless, the top power play versus the second best PK right here in this game.
As that one gets a big part of the post. And, well, a break here for Polski boys as Benito will head to the box as he tried to keep possession alive. You see the trip right there. So, close call for Polski boys, but they are off the hook.
Yeah, and Benito just one too many poke checks there. Tried it the first time, tried that second, and just wasn't really in great position to not only get his stick on that puck, but with the body being right there, just a stick, being no skate to the Polski boy skater.
Boys trying to get something going here in the attacking zone, unable to do so. Parasite down the other way, another quick shot. Teemu, a brace looking for the hat trick in this one, denied on that occasion. Kelly tries to find Sasky down low. Abbreviated power play for Polski boys. That'll negatively impact that percentage. And we are back to 5-on-5. Here from Benito. Great individual effort. All right, Tiku able to make the save. Boys on the attack. Short side for Tunkelia. Finally get a shot on after this restart. Another one there. Fincere gives them a freebie. You want to keep the clock running, but Fincere, well, we'll see how much he cares about shutouts because he might have just thrown one away.
Literally threw one away because that was one that was pretty unnecessary. There wasn't really anyone near him to pick that puck up either. I'm not sure if Valve just forced a habit. We know that Fincere is a goalie that's not afraid to throw it out. He's done it a few times even in this game, but boy, that's one that you feel like you want to kind of keep in and just trust your center to get the face-off in his own zone, and instead Fincere throws it in the harm's way and gives Polski boys a free goal. So a bit of a mistake there from Fincere, and Polski boys take full advantage of it, break that shutout that, like you mentioned, I hope Fincere doesn't care about that one too much, because if he does, that's tough. He only has one this season, so you might have wanted to add to that total.
Major, what's funny to me, right, is, I'm going to play it out to save time. In a normal ESHL game, that's fine, because people skip replays. But on a broadcast presentation like this, there is no skipping the replays. So you are technically having to wait longer by watching the goal celebration in the replay than you are if you just held it and waited for the next face-off. So in trying to save time, you then cost yourself more time and negatively impacted not only your team stats, but your own stats. So I never quite understood that, and hey, who cares? I mean, goal differential-wise, they get it right back. Nicky Dangles joins in on the fun as Parasite make it 5-1 here in the third period.
You know, it feels like Nicky Dangles, as weird as this is to say, has kind of been overshadowed because of what Vatu is known in the goal scoring end, but Nicky Dangles has still been absolutely phenomenal. Leads the league in assists, has 23 goals. That one makes it 24. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Another great one-time play. We've seen Parasite go for those, and it felt like in the first two periods, Tugi, the Polski boys did a good job of taking that away, but ever since this third period started, Parasite have pretty much gotten whatever they want, and Polski boys have not had much answer for it.
A 5-1 scoreline. Again, the third period of play here after a restart. Game number 1 of 2 in these two clubs, and we'll hope that we can get game number 2 underway quickly. Get ourselves back on track here for this particular broadcast. And it is our first bit of Elite Division coverage this week. Here we do want to say every Monday and Wednesday, but of course we are now down the stretch of this season. Nicky Dangles, impressive patience, waits out Mastari Tiku, and Parasite running away with it here in the third.
And that was off of a turnover and the defensive breakdown there from Polski boys. Nicky Dangles of all the space in the world, could have gone right, could have gone middle, could have gone left, and he used that to his advantage. Made Mastari Tiku think he was going to go to that left side. Give Mastari Tiku credit because he didn't really bite on that move. It's just there was a lot of space still available over on that backhand side for Nicky Dangles. He picked it through, got it in Parasite just taking over in this period. By the way, Tugi, I just want to say, I know we were talking about shutouts. Would you believe me if I told you out of the 22 games, or the 20 games out of the Parasites played, only 3 of them have been shutouts? Really surprising how dominant they've been.
You know, I'm always envious of just how quickly you're able to bring up certain stats or what you think to look at as you do that bit of research. And yeah, I mean, it is definitely a little bit surprising. I mean, you're talking about, you know, tremendous goaltending that they have access to, the lowest goals against average in the league, both goaltenders in the bottom 2. Teemu desperately looking for that hat trick goal. Not able to find it there, but yeah, I mean, ultimately it is surprising, but hey, maybe Fincere's had a few more of those those gift wrapped opportunities for the opposition than you might think. final moments of this game. It will be ultimately a 6-1 win for Parasite in game number 1. Spectacular save credited to Finsere. And a bit of a low light that does ultimately cost himself a shutout on the season. But for Parasite, all that matters, the wins, and Major, they are closing in on that top seed.
They are. You talk about stats, Tugi. If you do the math real quick, they're battling with Totori for that number 1 spot. Totori, they only have 2 more games to play. The maximum amount of points that they can get is 62. This win puts Parasite at 57, and they still have 5 more games in hand. Parasite also owns the tiebreaker over Totori. There's no way Totori can pass them in that tiebreaker, which is points per game in the standings. So Parasite needs 5 more points to clinch the number 1 seed. So a regulation win and an overtime win, or 2 regulation wins, would clinch that number 1 seed for Parasite. They're 1 step closer to it right there. A massive win for them, while for Polski boys, a pretty big loss, right? We talked about how much they needed the points. A lot of teams smiling to see Polski boys drop that game. Goons, who's ahead of them, the Blackjacks, Hymo, Mythics, those are teams that are right around Polski boys that are probably smiling ear to ear to see that they dropped 3 points right there. Keeps the playoff picture a little bit closer than they would have been had they won that game.
With that, game number 1 is in the books, as is a decent amount of webcam speed up. That was certainly interesting. All the technical issues, all the time. It's just the nature of the beast when you're talking about NHL 25 and related aspects. Game number 2 between these 2 teams coming up in just a few moments. Stick with us.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Boys, of course, we're watching from the Parasite perspective in their road whites. Going to be a lot of red in this matchup, and Vatu sees blood early on the
from Polski boys. They've struggled to establish anything in the offensive end, weren't able to there. It turned into a quick 3-on-2 where Temu
go for the quick out. Kelly is there to take it away. Numbers here momentarily for Polski boys, sent across
for that Parasite team. Really one of the few that throws the body around a little bit.
Side attempt there. Get the final minute. Polski boys try to get in on the attack. That one paddled away by Finsere. It's going to attack. That one paddled away by Finsere. It's going to count as a shot on goal. But Kelly's opportunity blocked. Second chance in front, blocked again. Pompa in our second matchup. Parasite in on the attack here. Again, working with those quick passes for Nicky Day. Very well. Here's Sasky stepping up for Polski boys. Tried to cut back. No shot in this game now after that last chance. Benito, great patience towards goal for Benito. Avoids hit. Time up defensively, but Parasite still in the lead. Combo was able to recover as Pompa got that look. Again, shovels one towards the Polski boys into the attacking zone, still looking way to score. Temu continues to be a problem that they can't solve. Wonder going up against the league's leading scorer. It's number 40.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
right, everybody, we are back, and as you can see, just about ready to go. Fingers crossed on that one, just in case. You never know. But it is game number 2. Parasite and Polski boys after a dominant victory for Parasite in game 1. They look to pull off the double and, again, be that much closer to securing the top seed heading into the playoffs. While for Polski boys, Major, we kind of talked about it all broadcast long. Any amount of points helps them at this stage.
Yeah, especially with how close that race is, really from 6 on down to 10 or 11. Polski boys need to try to accrue some points. Parasite trying to go ahead and lock in that 1 seed. 5 is the magic number for them. Let's see which side gets these 3 points here.
Close call there for Polski boys early on, nearly able to get the goal. That one off the post, the rebound tapped in. He just can't be stopped. 1 minute and 11 seconds into the game. Vatu with goal number 49.
We talked about it during the keys to the game, Toogie, that Parasite, they were going to have to strike and pounce early, attack early, establish the momentum, and they do so with their first shot on goal being a goal pass Mistardi Tiku. And you mentioned it. Who else other than Vatu to capitalize and make the play happen? A stellar play, and man, Parasite picking up right where they left off in that third period. Remember, we were talking about how this game was close in the first 40 minutes of game 1. Parasite ran away with it in period number 3, and now here they are starting out with a goal just 70 seconds into this one.
And again, not the start that Polski boys were looking for. Maybe heading into this matchup, they thought, well, you know, we're going to be up against it. But like you said, you know, they had some moments in that first game. It really only fell apart upon the restart. Parasite, 1 shot, 1 goal. Back into the attacking zone here. Combo. Patience scores number 50 for Vatu, as he sneaks it past Mastari Tiku.
Play yet again, Doogie. We've seen it time after time today for Parasite using that 1T play to their advantage. That one just squeaks through Mistari Tiku on the 5-hole. Well set up play. And again, you kind of feel for Mistari Tiku because he wasn't in bad position. He just could not drop into that butterfly position quickly enough to stop that one. Maybe even hit a little bit of a stick. But Vatu, 2 shots, 2 goals, both of them to his credit. And as you mentioned, the big 50 for him on that one as well.
Polski boys into the attacking zone. Try to stop the bleeding here early if they can. As Nicky Dangles disrupts that one. He has a bit of a step here. Defense catches up, sent across. Their site's still in control. Emu had 2 goals in the last game. Tons of offense, of course, as Parasite have been off to do. Big hit there from Temu yet again. Shot from Sasky denied. As Temu steps up one more time here for Parasite with protection. Off one in front, second chance, stop there. Good job on the back check from Vatu, just kind of coasted into it. Nice combo for Temu. Nicky Dangles again, finds Benito. That one stops. Combo. His option as Temu. Timer for Nicky Dangles. Stopped and covered.
Parasite just continuing to apply the pressure right now. You see 5 shots on net already in this first period with a good amount of time left in it to go. And boy, a big hit thrown right there on the blue line as you see Polski boys just trying to find anything, right? Just to try to change this momentum around in their favor. But it's just tough to do with a Parasite team that's so unrelenting and can control the offensive zone the way that they do. So Polski boys are going to have to try to create some turnovers and just do something to throw Parasite off of their game.
Action continues, still dealing with full pressure here. That one dumped out. Foot race for the puck. Polski boys will not win, so they will still have to deal with the pressure down the other way.
And that is absolutely huge, especially for a Parasite team that thrives on those set plays.
That shot shifted all the way back to the neutral zone. Another shot there from Vatu, looking for the first period hat trick. Combo for Nikki Dangles, big save. I'm Astari Tiku, Polski boys still being hemmed into their own zone. Benito's shot denied. Bo has it poked away, recovers. Chance for Vatu again. And the biggest save of the game thus far from Astari Tiku.
Keeps his team in it. You feel like if Parasite got that third goal in the first period, it would have been a tall order to ask Polski boys to come back from that massive save from Astari Tiku. He's got to get some help, though, in front of him. 1 shot to 9 in favor of Parasite.
As Benito tries to win it back. Relentless pressure here from Parasite. Tunkelia for Saski. Back towards the point here. That shot. Good stop. Parasite again back in on the attack. Thrown in off the skates. At the final 2 minutes of the period. And a big outlet pass for Nikki Dangles. Does he have the speed? Yes, he does, but a good save. Sorry, Tiku already facing 10 shots in this first period alone. More chance perhaps for Polski boys. Tunkelia's pass, nobody home. Loose puck down low, short side, jam. And Sarah is able to cover, and this time at least wasn't given the option to play it out. Polski boys go for the extra attacker here with 2 seconds left in the period, but Benito is able to win the draw. And Parasite off the hot start, and now 50 goals on the season for Vatu. It's a 2-0 lead.
And how about Parasite just continuing where they left off in that third period of game number 1, just pouncing on this Polski boys team, and Polski boys just not really having a whole lot of answers. They calmed it down a little bit to an extent at the end of the period, but the problem is that Parasite is just pounding them with shots right now. Mistari Tiku, Tugi, as you mentioned, 8 saves on 10 shots. He's pretty much doing everything that he possibly can. Polski boys on the offensive and defensive end have got to do more to help him out, to limit Parasite's opportunities, and even better yet, find their own opportunities on the offensive end. Sometimes the best defense you could have is some offensive generation of your own. Polski boys have got to find a way to create some chances and get some zone time, because right now, Parasite has dominated this game. They forced Polski boys into their style of play, and Polski boys have had little to no response for it.
So we get a look. A play earlier on, all the way through, off the post. And out the other side. Is the second period of play here in game number 2, as always. The action brought to you by our friends Ovalon Lockerty. A 6-1 win for Parasite in game number 1. They look to pull off the double here and maintain that first place pace. Go to stoppage net.
And remember, not just big for them, but big for the playoff picture from 6 on down. Polski boys not getting points, if that is what happens, helps out a lot of the teams from 7 down to 11 and keeps their playoff chances alive.
Bouncing puck in front, goes a little bit wide. Turn over here, Vatu the step, and I mean, Major, he's he's red hot in terms of the goal scoring. League's leading goal scorer, but still shows that unselfishness in that situation. I mean, it says a lot.
Shows you that's not what's important to him. He wants to win games. That's not what's important to him. He doesn't care about the records. He cares about making the right play, and that's exactly what this Parasite team values about him. It's what everyone on that team is about. They aren't caring about the stats. They're trying to win games, and they're trying to win them by as many goals as possible.
As Teemu for Benito, the short side block. Nikki Dangles tries the wrap. That's rejected. Another wraparound bid, a lot of bouncing pucks. Vatu denied. Great effort by Mastari Tiku. Full pressure here. One more time for Parasite. Polski boy is able to get it out, though. Kelia has no choice but to dump it in, but tired legs, they can't give chase.
I feel like they may have been better just passing it back to the defense and resetting rather than dumping it. It just gives Parasite another chance to attack.
Vatu disrupted his attempts. One more chance now again. Polski boy is into the zone and quickly. Parasite right back on it and into the attack. Teemu has Benito. Good poke check. Polski boy is looking for some space down the other way. Saski with a step goes across. And Tombo makes it look easy.
Yeah, he read that well. He knew they were looking for that pass.
Vatu on the forehand. One-timer for Nikki Dangles. Big save by Mastari Tiku, who despite the goals against, has looked good. This game could be completely out of reach already had it not been for his efforts.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Polski boys, I feel like I sound like a broken record saying this, but the 5 skaters in front of him have got to give him some help. He has kept them in this game pretty much single-handedly. They have got to give him a little bit more support, not just on the defensive end, but again, generating more offense.
Breakaway and a big save. Goal 51 will have to wait for Vatu. Case in point, we're singing his praises. Mastari Tiku makes another save. Teemu steps in, scores! He has been ripping Mastari Tiku apart on the short side, and he does it one more time. What a performance tonight for Teemu.
One of the contenders for Defender of the Year, right? And he's shown it defensively. He's thrown the body around. He's disrupted space, and he's shown the offensive ability as well. His 3rd goal of the night. How about this, too? Teemu is the leading goal scorer for all defensemen with 13 now after those 3 goals he's had tonight. He's not a guy that's afraid to step up into the play and help offensively. Parasite, a team that is very good about being positional and rotating when need be with the wingers in defense. They do so right there. Teemu capitalizes, beats a very tough goalie, Mastari Tiku, on that play, makes it a 3-goal lead.
See if Polski boys can find a way. Get on the board and get some momentum here. 5.5 to go in the second period. Covered from Tunkelia, short side, and stopped by Finsere. With a little bit of trouble. Tunkelia fighting back, and he scores. A great individual effort from the team leading scorer, Tunkelia, as his 29th of the season.
And that is exactly what the doctor ordered right there. Tunkelia, the goal-scoring leader for this team, as you mentioned, stepping up with pretty much a solo effort to make that play. Just squeaks that one through Finsere and is able to make that play happen. And, all starts with one, right? You're not going to be able to get them all back in one chunk. You got to just knife at it away little by little. That one goal can go a long way. 3-goal lead and a 2-goal lead, a much different story. Polski boy still hanging around in this game now.
And for Tunkelia, now 29 on the season. A very stellar campaign. Obviously, as always, we talked about it in the pregame. It's difficult when you're going up against Parasite on the other side and their numbers, their metrics. The March to 30, now just 1 away. Tunkelia, as this is back to a 2-goal deficit. Final minute. Here in the period. And we're looking to step up again. Had Vatu only momentarily. He wins it back. Benito tried to go in front. Covers at the blue line. Polski boys in control. Last second shot there. Could have been a little bit of trouble. But it is a 3-1 lead for Parasite heading into the third period.
And you know, for Polski boys, it could be a lot worse in a lot of ways. I mean, Mistari Tiku has kept them in this game. I think that you could argue this game could easily be 6-1 if not for his efforts. And Tugelia getting a massive goal there at the tail end of that second period to cut the deficit down to 2. All of a sudden, Polski boys have a little bit of life heading into this last 20 minutes, and I feel like for them, if they can just somehow at least squeeze a point out of this game, I'm not going to say that'd be a miracle, but boy, they'd be quite fortunate, and it would be a point that could help their cause massively in the playoff pictures. You get another look there at that snipe there from Temu. You mentioned that short side that Mistari Tiku has had trouble with defending against Temu, came back to bite him there, and then Kelly's goal past Vincere just kind of squeaking through that bottom right pad of Vincere. But that goal is a massive one, Tugi. You feel like now Polski boys have a little bit of life, a little bit of momentum. The question now, can they capitalize on it and make this a game?
Third period about ready to begin. And as always, just our first matchup of 2 on this broadcast. Voittamaton taking on Vesa Pompa coming up. Our second head-to-head, but Polski boys still looking to make this one a bit closer. Close call there. Some front broken up on the back check. Angles in control, up along for Vatu. Still love to get a hat trick in this game. Hits goal number 50 on the season. 60 certainly within reach with 8 games left after this one. 70 very much within range as well. I mean, you look at that pace. Never say never.
I mean, it very well could happen. I mean, I'm not going to leave it past him. It very well could happen with the way he's rolling, and still Parasite with a good amount of games left. So I'm not going to doubt 70. I'm really not. I mean, it would be a pretty crazy number, but you know, we've seen crazy things happen.
Off the draw, Temu down the other way. He tried to find Nicky Dangles. Polski boys back over the line. And they have to work so fast. Benito was able to break it up. Polski boys try to get a shot towards goal. Askey held up. That Parasite minimize any potential threat. Puck down the other way. There go by Tunkelia to help out the defense. Polski boys can try to get going. Just so little space to work with. Emu in control. The feed in front for Vatu. Good stop again. Had it not been for the effort of Mistari Tiku, I mean, he could be on 4 or 5 goals this game. It's crazy.
Oh, easily. I mean, Parasite can have a touchdown this game if not for his efforts. And that's why we were saying, you know, Polski boys have got to give him some help. They're getting the goaltending, but there's just not a whole lot of the rest of it there so far.
Another opportunity. 10.5 to play now. Polski boys still within striking distance. One rocket into the corner. Boys looking for space. That one off the skates on the back, checking pressure from Nicky Dangles. Knocked away, chipped up ahead. Space one more time. The shot, and Temu denied. As Vatu continues to be a threat. Both playmaking options. Another stop there. Temu full pressure here. Tombo. Dangles scores. As it pinballs around, a fortunate bounce for one side, highly unfortunate on the other for Polski boys, but it just seemed like a matter of time until something found its way in the back of the net yet again.
Especially with that full pressure, and you saw the stick slam by the man in the middle, Brokella, for Polski boys. Looks like a hit off of maybe his leg or skate and in. An unfortunate bounce for Polski boys, but you talk about, you get the puck into that dangerous area towards the middle, you never know what can happen. That's why you go for that, and that's exactly what Nicky Dangles did. Might have been a pass attempt more than a shot, but you know, he got it in a dangerous area, took a friendly bounce. It beat Mastari Tiku, who's been really tough to get past so far in this game, and now Parasite looking like they should be well on their way to a perfect 6-point night.
Or 1. Polski boys, couple of opportunities. That one just doesn't find the back of the net though. Finsere, good positionally. Angles down low for Benito. Actually couldn't get the pickup. We need to scramble for the puck. Over the corner, shot, second chance, and Saski denied. Finsere hasn't been called upon too much in this game, but does have some good saves as well.
I mean, that's really the thing with these goalies for Parasite, both him and Unique, is they kind of can sometimes be not forgotten about, but they can kind of take a back seat just because of the 5 guys in front of them do make their job a bit easier. But when they are called upon, they do step up and make really big saves for this team. Fisere's made a few tonight on some pretty good Polski boys chances, even though they haven't been very consistent so far in these 2 games.
But now the final 3 minutes. Vesa and Benito, unselfish play. Perhaps selfish times. And Kelia draws a call here on the contact from Tombo, so a late power play coming up here for Polski boys.
And remember, I'm not sure if that first goal they had in the last game counted on the power play. It was right as Benito was coming out of the box. But coming into the day, Parasite had not given up a goal on the penalty kill yet this season. So something to kind of keep in mind there. Polski boys potentially with the opportunity to break that scoreless drought against Parasite on the power play. We'll see maybe if they can be the one team that's got the chance to do it.
Face off 1 for Benito. Puck immediately cleared out. Parasite penalty kill back to work, and a strong start there, forcing Polski boys offside.
I know we've talked about a lot of negatives for Polski boys in this game, Tugi, but I have to point something out. So far in the 7 games, or excuse me, in the 21 games that Parasite has played in, only 7 of them have they not scored at least 5 goals. So Polski boys, even though they are down 4-1, so far have kept them rather in check compared to most of the teams in the league. I know it sounds kind of crazy when you're down 4-1, but I think Polski boys still at least some sort of positive they can take from that, especially the way their goaltending is played.
45 seconds left. That shot fired wide. Emu knocks it loose. Benito tries to chip out. Here's a chance for Polski boys. They score. And say goodbye to perfection. Polski boys able to get that goal. A big step up. We'll get another look at it.
Yeah, big step up from Voti, and all of a sudden, obviously the chances are rather slim. It's a rather dire situation for Polski boys, but 2 quick goals could potentially happen. You never know. They'll have to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at Parasite to make that happen. But nevertheless, Voti gets a nice goal stepping up, his 6th of the season. Polski boys get a 2nd goal, and at bare minimum, they make this thing a little bit closer.
As we know, every goal can count. We have seen seeding decided by goal differential in the past. I mean, it's pretty much, always saying if something crazy can happen, it will happen. And here's Nicky Dangles, one more chance, and finds Vatu for the hat-trick goal. Unselfish from Nicky Dangles, and 51 on the season in just 22 games for Vatu.
Just unreal. Absolutely unreal. The 15th game this season, too, where Parasite scored at least 5 goals. Vatu has been the beneficiary of a lot of that. That one taking a little bit of a bounce. And how about Nicky Dangles? I think he wanted to feed him on that play, because I think Nicky Dangles could have probably taken that himself if he wanted to. He knew the game was in hand, wanted to see Vatu add on to that goal scoring total a little bit. That's a good teammate right there. Those two have been just such a dynamic duo all season long. Vatu coming over from tunnel vision. We were wondering how things would look with him replacing the long-standing Villapoica. This team looks as dangerous as they ever have been. And you're talking about replacing one elite level winger with the other. Unreal how Parasite has done so far this season, especially at the forward group.
4 seconds left. We have penalty called. Parasite will go to the power play ever so briefly. A 6-1 win in game number 1. Parasite do hit the 5-goal total yet again, and we'll see. I mean, hey, they have time. They're gonna pull the goalie too. Vincere is out there. Ruthless from them. They do not win the face-off. This one's not gonna have time. It'll be wide anyway. It is the double for Parasite. 6 more points in the bag as they continue their charge towards being the top team in the Elite Division.
And they look well on their way, Tugi. They really, really do. When, you know, Totori was hoping that there could be a couple of upsets there tonight, but Parasite just continuing to take care of business the way they have all season long. And, I mean, you look at their schedule, they've got 6 more games to play. They've passed Totori in the standings. They just need 3 more points to clinch that #1 seed outright. And the remainder of their series, you got to assume they have a pretty good chance. They still have to play Voittamaton. That's going to be a tough one, but Valen Coal Miners, a team that are currently last in the standings. Goons, who have looked rather good this season, but you feel like Parasite will likely be favored in that one pretty heavily. Those are their last couple of series. So really, things looking pretty good right now for Parasite to be able to clinch their way to that #1 seed. They've continued to dominate. They've continued to play their game. And now, looking well on their way to that #1 seed against a Polski boys team that also had a lot to play for. Because like we mentioned, holding on to that 6th seed by a thread, they drop every point in this series, and now things get even tighter because they only have 2 more games remaining on their schedule. So the Blackjacks, Hymo, Mythics, Exen, Tiki Talk, and Roots Gaming, who are all chasing them still, they absolutely love to see that. And Vesa Pompa, who is still mathematically alive. So that is a massive result there, not just for Parasite, but that affects a lot of things on the latter half of that playoff picture as well.
Of course, you mentioned Vesa Pompa. We'll be seeing them in action shortly as they take on Voittamaton in our second matchup of the broadcast, coming up in just a matter of moments as you get a look again. I mean, what a night for Parasite. One more time, you know, bouncing back. They dropped their first game in week number 4, but off to a hot start here in the 5th week of the season as you have Vatu on the hat trick. 51 goals now, and one last tally here. It was that hat trick goal. So a big night for Parasite as expected. Polski boys, well, hey, it's the top team in the league. You chalk it up and move on to the next matchup, and we'll be doing the same on the other side of this break, so stick with us. Still more ECL Elite Division action to come.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Parasite trying to go ahead and lock in that 1 seed. 5 is the magic number for them. See which side gets these 3 points.
Get the goal. That one off the post, the rebound tapped in. He stopped 1 minute and 11 seconds into the game. Vatu with goal number 49. Back into the attacking zone here. Combo. Patience scores number 50.
That one just squeaks through Mr. Tiku on the 5-hole. Well set up play. And again, you kind of feel for Mr. Tiku because he walked.
down the other way. Sasky with a step goes across. And
They were looking for that pass.
Two on the forehand. One-timer for Nikki Dangles.
Pretty much single-handedly. They've got to give him a little bit more support, not just on the defensive end, but again, generating more offense.
Breakaway, another save. Emu steps in, scores. The short side, and he does it one more time. What a performance tonight for Temu. A little bit of trouble. Ilya fighting back, and he scores. That was great.
That is exactly what the doctor ordered right there to Kelia, the goal scoring leader for his team, is mentioned, stepping up with a pretty much
the feed in front for Vesa. Walkway, chip up ahead, space one more time. The shot. Full pressure. Here's Pompa. Angle scores for Polski boys, but it just seems like a matter of time until something found its way in the back of the net yet again. 4-1. Polski boys through opportunities. And shot, second chance. Sasky denied. Nino tries to chip out. Here's a chance for Polski boys. They score.
quick goals could potentially happen. You never know. They'll have to throw everything, including the kitchen sink and Parasite, to make that happen. But
and here's Nikki Dangles, one more chance, and finds Vatu.
in the beneficiary of a lot of that will take a little bit of a bounce. How about Nikki Dangles? I think he wanted to feed him on that play. I think
They have time. It'll be wide anyway. It is the double for Parasite. 6 more points in the bag.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
And we are back, everybody. A big thank you for sticking with us here as we get ready for our second matchup of the broadcast. Vesa Pompa taking on Voittamaton. Let's set the stage for you here on this one. First and foremost, the standings as they currently are as we head into this matchup. As always, top 8 teams make the playoffs. Of course, Parasite back at the top of the board, and that is still without an extra 3 points being added to their total. But it is Voittamaton, currently in 4th, 1 point behind Mustakalta. Maybe a bit surprising, especially with that point differential that we have there. Whereas for Vesa Pompa, some games at hand, Major, but I mean, it's a bit of a tough spot for them right now. Playoffs, I mean, not totally out of reach, like you said, but at this point, they're just hoping to find themselves out of the bottom 3 and hoping to have their survival secured for our spring season.
yeah, and I mean, you look at Vesa Pompa, the maximum amount of points that they can accrue is 44, so they're gonna have to pretty much win out if they want to have a realistic shot at the playoffs. They're also gonna need a little bit of help in front of them. Now, again, they're not out of it because remember, 3 points for each regulation win. They're only 12 points behind Hymo, 3 times 4, that equals that 12-point gap. So if they're able to get on a little bit of a streak, then they have a shot. But you look at their last 2 games, they're 0-8-2. They're going to have to pretty much steer the ship back in the right direction immediately. And a matchup against Voittamaton, who, like you said, Tugi, has a lot to play for in their own right to try to get out of that 4-5 matchup potentially. Mustakulta right ahead of them still could potentially pass Totorit as well with games in hand. A lot for Voittamaton to play for as well. So Vesa Pompa, a tall order for them to be in the playoff conversation, but not mathematically out of it, unlike Fallon Coal Miners and Renascore, who do not have a chance at making their way into the playoffs now.
As we'll take a look here at the team stats for these 2 clubs. As of course we talked about the goal differential, you're able to see it there. Special teams, though, Mages, where this game, the set of games could be interesting. It is relatively close.
Yeah, pretty even. I mean, only a 2% difference on the power play and a 5% difference on the penalty kill. Really, I think the biggest question is, can Vesa Pompa find a little bit of goal scoring? In 12 of their games this season, they've been held to 1 goal or less. So they're going to have to try to find some extra goal scoring, because we know how good Voittamaton is on the defensive end. And then no matter what goalie it is between the pipes, whether it's Sibelius or Hanselino, it's tough to break them. So that goals for number, I think, is going to really be the one to look out for, because we don't know what Vesa Pompa is going to be able to do against a tough Voittamaton team. But like you said, special teams could be another key because of how even these 2 teams are in that aspect.
Get a look at the lineups in this one as well for the Vesa Pompa side. Antonio Mann, Popping, and Anton on the right side. Sebi Larson and Ekin on defense, and Scumbo in goal. On the other side, Tempinen, Potslav, and Eki, with Jamal the Man and Flyer Kungan on defense, and Hanselino between the pipes. We start off with that first comparison, Popping against Potslav, and I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right? In terms of the differential that's here, not nearly enough offense for Vesa Pompa, although I would argue for Voittamaton, in some regards, not as much offense as you'd expect, especially from someone like Potslav.
Would tend to agree with you. And, I guess it can be kind of interesting to say that, because you look at what Parasite's doing, and that can kind of put the numbers out of whack. Because Voittamaton as a team, they're 3rd in the league in goals for 3.32. But then you look at the 2 teams ahead of them, and Mustakulta, who's averaging 3.5, and you look at Parasite, who's averaging 5 goals for per game, and you kind of then look at Voittamaton, and you're like, it could be better, right? And, for Patslav, he's always been a really steady 2-way center. A little bit surprising to see him at just 35 points, but again, he's one of those players where he plays the role that he needs to. He's averaging a little bit under a goal for per game. He's someone that'll step up. You cannot forget about him on the offensive end. So Pepin gonna have a big responsibility going one-on-one with him at the center spot.
Take a look at that winger matchup here next. Again, Antonio Mannin and Anton Lunder. We'll just go by Anton mostly, against Tempinen and Eki. I would say, a similar story, except, for the Voittamaton wingers, you're looking at guys that, the numbers are kind of more of where you would expect them to be. But for both Antonio Mannin and Anton, I mean, they are both over a point per game. It looks a bit better in Vesa Pompa's, perspective.
Absolutely, especially for, like I said, a team that has really struggled to find their way to goal scoring. And, Antonio Mannin and Anton, those are 2 guys that we've seen in the past can put goals in the back of the net. They just have not really been able to find their way as much this season collectively with Vesa Pompa. So, I mean, you can't really forget about what they've done in the past. Elite players don't just, lose their skill all of a sudden. These are 2 guys that still can make plays. And then, as you mentioned, Tempinen and Eki kind of just doing what we would expect them to do, averaging almost 2 points per game, continuing to score goals, continuing to feed others as well. And really, those are 2 that I think the Vesa Pompa are going to have to key in on. We covered these 2 last week. Tempinen and Eki were where a lot of the plays began and ended in their series against Polski boys last week. I wouldn't be surprised to see that be the case here again today in these 2 games.
A look at the defensive comparisons as well, as again, Sebi Larson and Ekin going up against Jamal the Man and Flyer Kungan. Of course, Ekin and kind of, mimicking the path of one Flyer Kungan, a prolific forward dropping back to the defensive side of things. And of course, for both right side defenders at least a point per game.
Yeah, and Ekin, as you mentioned, not just a skilled forward, but remember, one of the more skilled 1v1 players as well. And that is such a benefit to have a guy like that, because a lot of the players on the 1v1 side, they can go up the forward or go back to defense. And typically, a lot of those same skills and assets will transfer from one position to the other. So Ekin, someone that has been at center, has been at wing, drops back to defense, and has been, I think, arguably the best player so far this season for this Vesa Pompa side. He's going to have to do a lot today. And then obviously, you mentioned Jamal coming over as a transfer, has been amazing so far this season with those 27 assists. And then Flower Kungan, the steady right D, right next to him, who has just been really everywhere for this Voittamaton team over the years, whether it was when they were Havu or for Lunda, strikers. Now, Voittamaton, he's been a steady presence over at that right D side. Going to be fun to see those two right defensemen go head to head and how they can impact these next two games.
Our final head-to-head, the battle of the goaltenders, Scumbu and Hanselino. Of course, Hansu still very much up there in terms of the goaltending stats. It's a big game, big series for Vesa Pompa from a defensive and goaltending standpoint.
Yeah, and I feel like for Scumbu, he's somebody that is a lot better than what the stats really indicate. Remember, he was the starting goaltender in the spring season for Purification. His save percentage was 83.66, and he started all 30 games. So Scumbu is a good goalie, a much better goalie than what the stats would show you here. And then obviously, we all know Hanselino, everything he's done, arguably the most accomplished goalie in the history of this league. He's done pretty much everything that you could potentially write up, and now he goes into another series to where he looks like he could very well have another massive impact against a team that has struggled to score goals. So it'll be fun to watch these two, but look out for Scumbu. I think he can really be an impact in this series. He's going to have to step up if Vesa Pompa wants any chance of stealing these two games.
We shall see how it all plays out. We are just about ready to go. You see the teams there in the lobby and what the player builds happen to be. No real surprise for Voittamaton, a double gold 1T in close quarters for Botsov, rocking a dangler as opposed to the more typical playmaker that we see. And of course, you see it on the other side for Popping as well. But interesting, rocking the dangler. Of course, Anton has one on the other side as well. Shout out to Antonio Mannon still holding on to the offensive defenseman on the wing as well. He's not the only one, of course. It was more often we'd see puck moving defensemen. Every once in a while, you get that OFD option in there as well for that bit of extra defense over what you would typically see from a sniper. But we are about ready to go. Game number 1 of 2. Voittamaton trying to make sure they secure higher than just the 4th seed, while Vesa Pompa try to avoid finishing in one of those bottom 3 positions, and hopefully for them, not having to fight for their survival.
And that's a big part of this too. You mentioned it too. Even if Vesa Pompa can't make it into the playoffs, 13 through 15, for those who aren't as familiar with the ECL, have to keep their place in the elite division in a relegation series. So that is a massive thing as well. Vesa Pompa need the points. And hey, drawing a penalty just 32 seconds in, pretty good start to that cause.
Yeah, not often you'll see Eki go to the box, particularly that early. It's tough to argue it's the worst trip in the world either. I mean, that was going to be a potentially dangerous opportunity for Vesa Pompa, but yeah, they get a tremendous chance here on an incredibly early power play.
And a team struggling to score goals, these are the chances that you pray and ask for. Can they capitalize on it, though, is the question.
Anton in control. Good patience, trying to get the defense moving. Ekin tries to rip one on. Poppy in the chance, throws it back across. A low shot, stopped by Hanselino. And cleared out by Flyer Kungan.
It's funny, too. You mentioned how big special teams would be and how close these two were on both ends. We're seeing it already early in this game.
It's funny how those things work out, right? It's always great when they work out, too, because it's like, see, I do know what I'm talking about. I'm not just making it till I make it, the whole way through. We're fine. We're good.
It's kind of these teams to make us look smart every now and then. We appreciate it.
Oh, man, what a heads-up play. Potzloff denied. Scumbu, big save on the short-handed bid. Hanselino denied of an assist, and that's something that I've noticed throughout all of the ECL tiers, goalie points. But very hard to come by. Vesa Pompa get the early goal here in the first period as Anton finds the back of the net for goal number 13. At least he only had 12 goals heading in to this series, and what a feed there right through the legs of Potzlov.
And we talked about it, Tugi, when you're a team that's trying to find your way in terms of the goals, the best thing you can do is get that power play, especially early in the game, to get that momentum. And, you know, for Eki, maybe not the worst trip in the world he could have taken, but it does end up biting Voittamaton in the tail. Vesa Pompa take advantage, they get that early goal, and they're still on the attack looking for more.
They nearly had another chance there. Potzlov able to take it away. Does lead to an offside call.
Something, too, to remember with this Vesa Pompa team is that before today, they came in losing all of their last 10 games. They just won their first 2 games to break a 10-game losing streak prior to this. This is a team that hasn't really been on the right side of things, so for them to get this type of start, I can't even understate how massive this is for their chances.
There's a couple of looks there. Eki's buffered shot doesn't find its way to the goal. And another opportunity here. Jamal steps in, he scores! Well, Voittamaton do not waste too much time. They're able to tie this game up. As the cut across, and it just kind of glides along the pad and over the line.
And how about some of the goals we've seen from defensemen stepping up today? We saw it from Teemu, from Parasite, Voti with a goal for Polski boys. The third defenseman out of the 4 that we've seen today getting a goal on broadcast. So the defense stepping up and making some plays. But you mentioned it there, just a nice job there from Jamal to be able to find that space, take advantage of it, skate his way across, and just kind of gliding that one past the goaltender of Scumbu to tie this up for Voittamaton.
Oh, just 1 goal in 22 games entering play. Here's Anton. He scores! Well, the back and forth nature continues. Vesa Pompa regain the lead on Anton's 2nd goal of this game.
Well, if you want action and if you want a goal scoring, you certainly came to the right place. These 2 teams throwing haymakers at each other the last 5 minutes. And how about for Vesa Pompa to respond that quickly after Voittamaton came right back on the other end and tied this up? Vesa Pompa knows what's on the line. They know this is a must win. They know that their playoff hopes are on the line. They know that they have potentially a spot out of the relegation series on the line as well. They are playing about as well as we've seen them all season long. They've yet to even beat a playoff team so far in this series and in this season. So far, they look about as good as ever.
2 goals from Anton Lund. And he is back on the attack and forcing a big save out of Hanselinho. Another shot, that deflects wide. Hansu will play it out. Voittamaton on the back foot a little bit here. Battle for the puck down low. Big hip check from Sebi Larson. Antonio Manning. Drop back for Ekin. Goes one towards goal. Hansu the big save.
I think that may have been tipped in front, too, from Pappy. Dangerous little chance.
Disjointed here for Voittamaton. Called for offside.
Not often that we use that term with Voittamaton, disjointed. They feel a little bit off right now, and Vesa Pompa kind of controlling the game, and Voittamaton still trying to kind of find their rhythm early. We've seen them get back to that after not having their rhythm early on in games before, but Vesa Pompa looking good early, trying to keep the momentum going.
As Eki at the point, back for Flyer Kungan. For the Jamal, the goal scorer for Voittamaton in this game, of course, has experience at forward. What we're seeing from a lot of defensemen nowadays are players that have that experience at forward. Flyer Kungan, probably chief among them, but he stopped on that shot.
A nice save there from Scumbu. He said he was going to have to be a big piece to what Vesa Pompa has to do in order to pull off the quote-unquote upset here, but a nice chance there for Flyer Kungan. Voittamaton starting to kind of find their rhythm a little bit here.
Puck loose here, Vesa Pompa trying to get going down the other way. Manning drops back for Sebi Larson. Eki takes a big hit. Numbers here for Voittamaton. Eki centering feed. Poppy's there to take it away. Sebi Larson, he's able to recover. The attacking zone takes the hit. Quick movement. Tempinen. All at the point. Back to Tempinen. His shot paddled away. Nice Scumbo. And again over the line. Find any space. Vesa Pompa still holding up well. Anton back for Reckon. Anton again nearly found the hat trick. We're in the first. The loose puck goes all the way back to the neutral zone. 1 minute left in the period. Larson tries to weave through. Anton's there to keep it alive. Throws it towards goal. Another deflection opportunity. 5 seconds left. Potzloff for Voittamaton. Back down. Jamal's shot blocked away. And Vesa Pompa will carry a 2-1 lead into the second period here in game number 1.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a surprising first period, but Vesa Pompa capitalizing on some chances. Wraparound making a few mistakes, not really on all of their P's and Q's during that first period. Started to find their way a little bit early, but not enough. As Vesa Pompa, as you mentioned, hold that 1-goal lead, and I think they deserve a lot of credit. That penalty early on that Eki took, it feels like that really kind of changed the momentum early of this game, just 20 seconds in. Vesa Pompa, they were able to get some time in the offensive zone while not really having to earn it. Got the rhythm going a little bit, passed it around, got some opportunities, tested Hanselino early, and it feels like they've just felt comfortable in this game since, which is not something I feel like we could really say about Vesa Pompa so far throughout a lot of the season. We threw the stat out there earlier. In 12 of their 20 games, they've been held to 1 goal or less. So this is not a team that has been dynamic offensively. They get afforded a goal 2 minutes in, and then they're able to score not too far after. And all of a sudden, Voittamaton kind of on their heels a little bit after the first 20 minutes.
We get ready here for the second period, as always. The action brought to you by our friends at Kovalan Lakritsi. It is our Monday spotlight on the ECL's Elite Division. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow, more Pro Division coverage. This is usually the case with those lower tiers, and I've got to cover it a lot. With the wraparound, you have a lot of incredibly close races, and of course, the Pro Division is no different. Information on that later. Here's Eki for Voittamaton. Jamal to flyer. Kungan just wide. Second chance, and Tempinen couldn't pull the trigger. Wascumbo down and out on the attempts.
And boy, that is a chance that Voittamaton had to feel good about. Just not able to get that shot off in time with, as you mentioned, Scumbo sprawling to try to get himself back in position.
20 man and down low. Anton goes for the wraparound. Eki nowhere to go. And Voittamaton will be forced to reset here. Find a clean break in. Good possession from Potzloff. Jamal didn't like what he saw. Maintains possession. It's a good job by Vesa Pompa so far in their neutral zone trap. Antonio down for Anton. Able to find a pass. Good job by Ekin to knock that one away. Reverse hits Jamal. Ultimately not able to hold on to it. And Vesa Pompa do a good job of shutting down the zone entry. Not able to get much going down the other way either. A pretty solid back and forth neutral zone trap here from both sides, which isn't what you would expect if you look at these two teams from a standings perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. Vesa Pompa, they're kind of just looking to try to find their way out of that relegation series. And Voittamaton, they're playing for top 3 seeding right now. So it's kind of interesting to see the contrasting play for where these two teams are in their situations. But, you know, you could argue that maybe Vesa Pompa has more on the line than Voittamaton does. And you're kind of seeing that sense of desperation in the way Vesa Pompa's playing, but a lot of that desperation has been execution. You can't have one without the other. Vesa Pompa has had both so far.
In control here, the force in front. Ansu pounces on it as we approach the halfway point of the period. Vesa Pompa still up 2-1. Yet to see a goal here in the second.
Feel like that next goal could be critical really for either side. Voittamaton to tie the game, Vesa Pompa to potentially go up by 2. And if you do go up by 2, you have to feel like Vesa Pompa in a really good situation with the way Scumbu has played and the way they've really kind of kept Voittamaton in check on the offensive end.
Puck all the way back around will force Vesa Pompa to reset. Off the skates, the opposition popping across, they score! Vesa Pompa make it 3-1. Antonio Manning able to beat Hans Celinho, and all of a sudden we're on upset watch here in game number 1.
Indeed we are, and you wouldn't have thought it with Voittamaton being as good as they have been last week, but they come in today against a Vesa Pompa team that comes in hungry, knows they have a lot on the line, and find themselves down by 2. And it's not a fraudulent 2-goal lead either. Vesa Pompa have pretty much controlled this game from start to now. The question is, can they finish it off, and how does Voittamaton respond to a little bit of adversity here?
Well, they are in the attacking zone, but not able to maintain possession. Vesa Pompa now up by 2 goals here in the second. And taken away, Sebi Larsson. Of course, we have a near all Swedish versus Finnish matchup here. The lone exception being Scumbu in goal for Vesa Pompa. Out there by Antonio Manning, and right now it is the dominantly Swedish side that is better of this game. A lot of time to go, and of course, you know, Voittamaton have a knack for some comeback efforts in their history. But here's Anton over, they score! 4-1 Vesa Pompa as Poppy joins in on the fun. Had just 5 goals entering play today, being outscored by Ekin on defense, but Vesa Pompa have the lead.
And this is what makes this division so fun, Toogie. You never know who's going to step up on a night-to-night basis. Every game is unknown. There's no guarantees. And Voittamaton is learning that the hard way right now. Vesa Pompa have dominated play. They've been the better team for all 37 minutes, and they may not be done. Thought they maybe had a 2-on-1 there, but a beautiful set play to set that up. And all of a sudden, Vesa Pompa in full control of this game right now.
Kempinen back down low. Voittamaton, the short side shot. They have some work to do if they're going to battle back in this one. Larsson's low shot. Neil had to kick it away. Another chance here for Voittamaton, running low on time. Kempinen for Jamal. Shot, blocker save by Scumbu. 4 seconds left. Anton going to be stuck on the back end. No, he cuts to the forehand and fires wide. 4-1 for Vesa Pompa at the end of 2 with 20 minutes to go.
And I don't think anyone would have expected this result, Toogie. A 4-1 lead, as you mentioned, just 2 periods in. And again, this is the Vesa Pompa team, we've said it a few times tonight, that struggled to score goals coming into this game. They've struggled to score goals all season long. They have the 4th least goals for per game in the league at 2.1. The only ones of less are Rediscore, Mythics, and Exen. But yet here they are, looking good, creating plays, and even more importantly, we haven't really seen Voittamaton be able to create a ton. Like, I mean, Tugi, you're the play-by-play guy, so you can probably say whether this is right or wrong in your opinion, but we haven't called Eki's name at all, really. We haven't called Patslaf's name at all. It's been very quiet for a lot of the key pieces for Voittamaton. And Vesa Pompa, their efforts defensively have a lot to do with slowing this Voittamaton team down.
Third period underway. Vesa Pompa, perhaps 20 minutes away from, well, Major, I'd imagine, I haven't looked at their schedule results in a while, but, ooh, shot there from a rough angle, hits the post. I would imagine this would be the highest ranked opponent that Vesa Pompa would have taken points off. If I'm not mistaken, you did say that they hadn't taken points off the playoff team, right?
That is correct. The only playoff team, actually, they took points off of Hymo, but if I'm correct, I think Mythics might have overtaken them. I'd have to double check that, but it's the only team that they've taken points away from that's even in the picture.
Otzloff with a little bit of space here. Down low, Templeton not able to find that follow-up pass. Good pick off again by Sebi Larson. What a game he's having. Popping tries to fend off the pressure. Flyer Kungan being hounded by Anton, but he's able to survive. Eki takes the hit from Ekin. Antonio up for Anton, tries to cut into the middle. Follow-up pass off the skates. Man able to send that one low. Popping the big stick lift. Well done. It's up towards goal. Hanselino plays it out. The urgency on display for Voittamaton. A man and a cross. Good block by Flyer Kungan on the 1T as Anton gets wiped out. Drops his stick in the process. Goes straight back with the bench being on the left. And in the cross, they score! Well, in the blink of an eye, Voittamaton have a goal back. Potzloff, as the goal is just all over the place. Potzloff finds the back of the net, and don't look now, we might still have a game on our hands here.
Yeah, it's like they heard us, Tugi. We just talked about how we haven't really called Eki or Potzloff's name too much so far in this game, and there's Potzloff right where he needed to be to receive that pass. Just tap it right in. Nothing Scumboo could really do about that one. And Voittamaton with a really big goal, but still a lot of work that they have to do, being down by 2 in time, not being on their side. Now it feels like for Vesa Pompa, this is where you want to try to control the possession. Don't make mistakes. Don't give Voittamaton anything to counter with. Control that puck. Let that time be your friend.
Icing called here against Vesa Pompa. They need to be a little bit careful. Again, Voittamaton still within reach. I hopefully haven't enacted the commentator's curse where I mentioned that Voittamaton and their members have had a knack for comeback efforts in the past. Eki in front. Good save. Bumbu there as Anton was nearly gone on the breakaway. Popping trying to weave his way through. Jamal takes it away. Otzloff. All now back again. Ekins here. Ball for Antonio Mann, a little bit of space. Stuck to the backhand. And not able to find Anton on the pass, but block is their friend. I mean, that play, not what they wanted, but it does kill more time.
Look at that forecheck by Voittamaton. They're trying to ramp up the pressure. No time's getting thin.
Here's Potzloff. Down to the corner, tries to get in front. It's knocked away. Anton one-on-one with Flyer Kungan being held up. Flyer Kungan played that perfectly. Wait for the back check to arrive. Jamal not able to hold on to it. Eki. Back to Flyer Kungan. Shot deflected off the post by Potzloff. That close for Voittamaton as they try to defend a big outlet pass. Mannon is Popping's going to be dealing with an injury here. Antonio battling in the corner under 3.5 minutes to play. Otzloff has it knocked away. Loose puck as Voittamaton continue to try to pounce. Possession across, they score! And the lead is down to 1 as Tempinen finds the back of the nets. And nervous moments now for Vesa Pompa.
And Vesa Pompa, they weren't able to get out of the zone and pick that puck up. Eki won the battle, and we talked about it. The two wingers for Voittamaton, that's been where a lot of the offense has been produced this season for this team. Eki to Tempinen, that's been the magic connection, and it strikes again there. And now, all of a sudden, Vesa Pompa on their heels a little bit. 2:25, and it's the full minute here in the last 60 seconds. A lot of time for Voittamaton to find the goal to tie this one up.
2 minutes on the clock, and Vesa Pompa hold on. There's an offside call there.
And now the question too, Tugi, when does Voittamaton maybe start thinking about bringing out the extra attacker? A little bit too early too right now, but 94 seconds left. Maybe if they get another face-off, does Hanselino come out and join them?
Whoa. Of course, Hansu has experience playing as a skater as well. Plenty of it. There's Jamal for Tempinen, takes the hit. Popping in control, Flyer Kungan back. Potzloff trying to help out. Good step up, and Potzloff's there and draws the call as well. If Vesa Pompa wasn't a bit nervous before, they might be now. Eki's pass off the mark. Popping touches up, and 31 seconds to go. It's 5-on-4, and in a way, too, might reduce the need for them to have to pull the goaltender. They still have that extra man out there, essentially.
Two bad mistakes, though, there from Vesa Pompa. Not just the penalty, but when they had that puck in the middle, they tried to force that pass. I couldn't tell exactly who it was. I believe it was one of the wingers, maybe Antonio Mannon. I don't want to misspeak, but when the winger had it right in the middle, there was a pass that he could have made. He could have dumped it down low. He could have gone to the left corner board. Instead, tried to force it over to that right side where it was the defender there. And then not only did it lead to a turnover, but it led to the eventual trip. So Vesa Pompa, you know, you want to play smart with the lead. You want to play keep play a little bit. Instead of forcing that pass, maybe you dump that puck down low. It kills maybe 5 to 8 more seconds, and you don't take the penalty. You can just focus on getting back on the rush and defending one last chance for Voittamaton. Now they're on their heels trying to kill off a penalty in the next 31.5 seconds.
Here's Tempinen for Jamal, the one-timer for Eki. Stopped and covered.
And only 5 seconds went off the clock there for Voittamaton. That's huge. And remember, Patzlaff, 54.2% at the faceoff dot. That's something to keep in mind. He's stellar at the faceoff. He's going against a right wing in Anton as well.
Up on the draw. Ekin for Antonio, not able to clear. Flyer Kungan keeps it in. Patzlaff for Eki. Loses the puck back to the neutral zone.
It's going to kill off about 10 seconds.
Here's Eki, head of steam, goes in front, not able to keep it in. 4 seconds left. Jamal over the line, a cross shot save, and Vesa Pompa hold on in dramatic fashion for their biggest win of the season.
That is absolutely huge for Vesa Pompa. It got scary for them at the end, but they were able to pull through. And boy, that missed pass from Voittamaton when they had it set up in the zone, that killed about 5 seconds. They got in the zone, but they never got as close after that until right at the end. And man, what a save from Scumba. We said he was going to be a critical part to what Vesa Pompa wanted to do if they wanted to win. Boy, was he, with that save right there at the end with what was a pretty darn good opportunity. And Vesa Pompa, it was a critical 3 points from Voittamaton. And, you know, we talked about it, Tugi. This is a Voittamaton team that still is fighting for seeding. They need just 3 points to clinch a playoff spot. They pretty much have that under wraps. But Mustakolta is only 1 point ahead of them, and they've had the same amount of games played. All of a sudden, Voittamaton, that's a big 3 points. That could very well be the difference between a 3 seed and a 2 seed, or potentially being down at that 4 seed spot. So a massive, massive victory there for Vesa Pompa keeps their playoff hopes alive, and I'm sure Totodid and Mustakolta happy to see that result as well.
4-3. Your final score, and 3 points for a regulation win heading to Vesa Pompa. Again, their biggest win of the season. Gotta look back at some of the goals. Voittamaton were close. So close to battling back, but ultimately not able to make it. Get a look there at the goal from Tempinen that got them that much closer. Certainly not enough. Of course, the Potsloff goal there as well. I mean, again, just what a result that is for Vesa Pompa. Again, doing their best to try and avoid one of those bottom 3 relegation battle series. And it was a hot start for the likes of Anton, but then Antonio Manin, Popin also getting involved in the goal scoring fun. Just can't be understated how big of a result this could be for them.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the more impressive thing wasn't just that they won, it was how they won. And, you know, give Voittamaton credit. They came back, climbed their way back into this game, and I think we're probably the better team in the last 20 to 30 minutes. But in the first period and throughout most of the second, Vesa Pompa were better than Voittamaton. They controlled the game. They caused Voittamaton a lot of trouble on the offensive end with their defensive play. And when they got into the offensive side, they were able to create plays and spread Voittamaton out, force them into mistakes positionally, and they capitalized on those. So for Vesa Pompa, not just big for them to be able to get the 3 points, but for them to put together their most complete performance of the season, their best performance of the season. And like we said, this is a team that had a 10-game losing streak before just breaking it yesterday against Rennescore, who was second to last in the standings. This is a massive win for Vesa Pompa, who needed to show that they could beat a quality team like Voittamaton. So huge for them. It's going to be interesting to see how these two teams respond to it here in our final game.
Game 1 in the books. Game 2 still to come. Stick with us. We'll be right back. The action continues.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Keep their place in the elite division in a relegation series, so that is a massive thing as well. Vesa Pompa need the point.
Anton in control. Good patience, trying to get the defense moving. And tries to rip one on. Poppy in the chance, throws it back across. Whole way through. We're fine. We're good.
It's kind of these teams to make us look smart every now and then. We appreciate it.
Oh man, what a heads-up play. Potsloff. Something that I've noticed throughout all of the ECL tiers, holy points. But very hard to come by. The legs of Potsloff.
We talked about it, Tugi. When you're a team that's trying to find your way into...
Ball steps in, he scores! Able to tie this game up. Cut across, and it just kind of glides along the pad and over the line. Oh, just one goal. 22 games entering play. Here's Anton. He scores!
Throwing haymakers at each other the last 5 minutes. And how about for Vesa Pompa to
they score! And all of a sudden, we're on upset watch here in game number 1. Voittamaton have a knack for some comeback efforts. Their history, but here's Anton. Over, they score! Play today being outscored by Ekin on defense, but Vesa Pompa have the lead. Pops his stick in the process. Go straight back to the bench being on the left. Step it in the cross, they score!
Pop's name too much so far in this game. where he needed to be to receive that pass. Just tapped it right in. Nothing Scum could really do about that one.
I mentioned that Voittamaton remembers the back comeback efforts in the past. Aki in front, good save. Back to the player. Again, shot deflected off the post. Continue to try to pounce. Possession across, they score, and the lead.
The battle, and we talked about it, the two wingers for Voittamaton. That's been where a lot of the offense has been produced. This
Flyer Kungan back. Botzloff trying to help out. Good step up, and Botzloff's there and draws the call as well. And a cross shot save, and Vesa Pompa hold on in dramatic fashion.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
And we are back, everybody. Again, a big thank you for sticking with us here. Game number 2 about ready to begin. Voittamaton taking on Vesa Pompa. The aftermath of Vesa Pompa's 4-3 victory in game number 1. Major, we mentioned it. Their biggest win of the season. Intrigued to see if they can have a repeat performance.
Yeah, and I think that the key is going to be a quick and fast start for them. That's how they really got the momentum going in that first game. Eki took the penalty. They capitalized on the power play just a few minutes in. You see if Vesa Pompa can do the same, or if Voittamaton can maybe take the reins early and not allow Vesa Pompa to really get that head of steam starting out.
Vesa Pompa in on the attack here. Vesa had 2 goals in that first game. Walking into a dangerous area there. All for Tempinen. Loose puck. Dangerous chance on the other side there. Antonio for Anton. Back to Antonio. And a good blocker save for Hanselinho. Tempinen for Flyer Kungan. Good job by Ekin to take away any sort of space. Sends Vesa Pompa down the other way. It's Sebi Larson. Up, DDD one-timer. Good block by Jamal. Anton throws one towards goal and forces the freeze out of Ansu.
So Pompa, a nice little start once again, and might have not led to a goal just 2 minutes in like they got in game number 1, but still a couple of opportunities, testing things early. Voittamaton trying to kind of find their rhythm once again. So feels like one of those things to where the first goal could very well be a key factor in the way the rest of this game goes. But Vesa Pompa, once again, looking good to start out. Got to give them their credit here.
Like you said, heading into this week, they had really been struggling. Turn around, get some points against Renascore, and now, I mean, hey, even if you lose this game, you got 3 points off of Voittamaton. I think that's more than really could have asked for heading into the matchup. And it might not just be the 3 points. They still have time, certainly. Antonio Mannon. Back for Ekin. Popping and nearly found that extra pass over to Anton. This one's going to go all the way down towards goal. Played back up the ice by Scumbo. Fire Kungan in control. Voittamaton. Set the tone. Get the first goal of the game. Dropping points in the previous one. Lose puck, Sebi Larson. First one to it. E for Potzloff. Back again. One more time. Sent over to the open corner. Kungan pinches in to keep it alive. Sebi Larson there to take it away. Shot. Paddled aside. Larson up the wall for Antonio. Tries to find Anton. Eki's there to take it away.
Great job from Eki disrupting that too. That turned into a sneaky little play for Vesa Pompa.
So often, right? I mean, Eki played defense at this level. Václav has as well. It's one of those things. It's the top two-way players, the ones that seem to thrive the most. Anton rings the pipe off the one-timer. Václav loses it to Popping. Flyer Kungan trying to keep it alive. Pompa can't clear it out. Tempinen, backhand on, stops. And back, Václav, and again, Tempinen can't hold on to it. And the theme throughout this period, a lot of close calls, but the defense able to make those last-second disruptions.
Couple of posts in there too. It's been a lot of close calls in this one, and you feel like Voittamaton has started to kind of find their groove a little bit. They just can't find the back of the net.
In the move, throws one on, forces the save. Flyer Kungan right to the opposition as we approach the final minute here in the first period. Go to Sebi Larson. Shot deflected. Good stop. Hanselino again. One more rush attempt here for Voittamaton. Tempinen loses it. Jamal able to recover. Trouble holding on to it. Sends it to open space. Eki wanted the backhand. Couldn't get it. And a highly contested first period ends without a goal for 20 minutes.
Yeah, that was a pretty back and forth little period as you saw that it started out with Vesa Pompa having a couple of opportunities early, and then Voittamaton kind of taking control of the opportunities from there. We heard a couple of posts in there as well. So really a pretty evenly contested first period. Probably the first period that I would say neither side really had the advantage in this series. I mean, Vesa Pompa kind of controlled the first two periods of game one, and then I would say that it would be more Voittamaton in period three, but this one pretty even, and you look at the stats, and all that would kind of attest to that. Only a one-shot difference, 5 for Voittamaton, 4 for Vesa Pompa, only a 21-second difference in time of attack, both of them with over 2 minutes, so not a whole lot really separating these two sides. I think this is going to kind of come down to either A, who can capitalize on a mistake, or B, who can maybe get a little bit of a fortunate break on their side to get that first goal.
Get ready for the second period. Action brought to you by our friends at Kovalan Lockertsy. A 4-3 win for Vesa Pompa in game one. We still await the first goal of game number 2. Vesa Pompa have it in their own zone. What they can do on this breakout. Nowhere to go. Václav was there. Eki for Jamal the Man, trying to step in. Back to Flyer Kungan at the points. And nowhere to go on those passes as Wraparound try to get it into dangerous positions. Pass, nowhere to go. Flyer Kungan for Eki. Team pressures there. All one more time. Václav. Tempinen, Eki, loose puck. Pompa was able to cover.
Another opportunity there for Voittamaton to try to get something, and Scumbu, who, again, we've talked about, has been really good so far throughout these 2 games, stepping up and making another big play, and really the first big opportunity there for either side 5 minutes into this period, but again, still not a lot separating these 2 teams.
Larson steps up. Able to hold on to it. Popping throws one towards goal. Still up for grabs. So Pompa able to find that pass to a dangerous spot. Force the reset here. Happening over the line. Antonio Mannin for Anton. Popping tried to go back to Antonio. Tempinen's there. Finds Václav. Jamal now Tempinen again. Movement from Voittamaton. Can they find that dangerous chance? It's knocked away. You get a no-zone draw, though.
You'll take that, right? Because we mentioned the stat earlier. Patlov, one of the better face-off centers in the league at over 54%. So, might not be a goal. It might have been a bit of a slim opportunity, but it still gives you a chance to attack in the offensive end if you can win the draw.
Anton, and a penalty called. Behind the play, Patlof's going to go for interference. And yeah, you see it there, the disruption at the blue line. I think he thought the guy was going to hold up at the blue line to try to bide time. It's the wrong man. Power play for Vesa Pompa.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about this earlier, Tugi, how that was how Vesa Pompa got their first goal, was on the power play. A bit of a mistake from Voittamaton taking a penalty, and Vesa Pompa capitalized. And we've seen this story before. The question is, will it come to fruition again?
Anton turns it over to Flyer Kungen, who unleashes a near 200-foot shot. Does count as
somebody was paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, especially that camera transition back. You never know. Hopping tries to get it towards goal. Flyer Kungen can't get out of trouble. Sebi Larson for Antonio Mannin. His shot deflects away. Ekin tries to throw it on. Ecky's there. Snag it. Sebi Larson now for Vesa Pompa. 20 seconds left. Ecky's there again on the interception and sends it down. So no super high quality looks for Vesa Pompa on that power play. The opportunity gone. Icing call here against Voittamaton.
Yeah, and we talked about it during the pregame, how the special teams was really even between these two teams. Vesa Pompa got the better of it in game one. Voittamaton getting the better of it here in game two so far, killing off that penalty.
Empton head of steam, not able to find a way through. Sebi Larson gets wiped out by Patlov. Statement hit there. Poke check by Poppy and into the attacking zone. Finds Anton, couldn't hold on to it. I think Eki got a piece of it. Voittamaton in the line here, and they do. All for Eki. All again. Pass finds Potslov. Tempinen's shot blocked down. Three and a half to go. Vesa Pompa trouble on their breakout. Big hit there against Potslov. Here for Vesa Pompa, but not able to find any space once they get to the line. Tempinen has it poked loose. Who will find that first breakthrough? It'll take a moment of brilliance at this point, or maybe a fortunate bounce as Vesa Pompa's defense holds on that attempt. Potslov for Eki. Final 10 seconds. Eki to the point they score. One chance is all it takes. Jamal the man has his second goal of the broadcast. And Voittamaton grabbed the lead late in the period.
And Tugi, how about this? His second goal of the broadcast, and he came in with just one goal all season coming into today. And just like that, he has back-to-back games with a goal in the back of the net. And you just said it might take either a fortunate bounce or a moment of brilliance. I would say that play was the latter. Nice drop there from Voittamaton, setting that play up. Jamal stepping in just enough to get himself open and capitalize on that space that he had. A late goal with just 5 seconds left in the period completely changes the complexion of this game. Massive play, and Voittamaton, for the first time in this series, take the lead over Vesa Pompa.
A big goal there that sets the stage for the third period. Voittamaton with their first lead of the night. See if they can add to it or if that will simply be enough. You never know.
And remember, one of the storylines that we've kept talking about in this series was how Vesa Pompa has been a team that has struggled to score goals. I mean, that's been kind of the MO for them. They did a great job of it in game one. So far, they've had a couple of opportunities. They've not really been able to find too much goal scoring here in game number 2 with that 0 next to their name and only 5 shots as well on net. And 4 of them, if you recall, came in the first period. So got to give some credit to Voittamaton denying Vesa Pompa of really any opportunities in the second period. And boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's a bounce. So a moment of brilliance and a fortunate bounce. So I guess we went 2 for 2 there as that one hit off of a skater and a goalie. But hey, nevertheless, good job there from Voittamaton. They deserve the lead, and they've done a good job of kind of denying Vesa Pompa of any opportunities.
I mean, whenever you have that back and forth, right? Like, that's what it's going to come down to. And the game will find a way to provide that breakout goal regardless. It is a 1-0 lead for Voittamaton. It's free raid, by the way. Let's talk about certain things we have going on here at SportsGamer. A slightly late submission on your part for Clips of the Week for the wraparound, but hey, next week, you never know. Again, hashtag ECL 25 clips on social media. Want to see some highlights or some lowlights, and Vesa Pompa could perhaps, with that bounce, submit that as one of the lowlights. Unfortunately for them, but the Voittamaton breakthrough. Vesa Pompa now, very much in that situation of needing to find a goal without allowing another one. That was a good play there by Ekin. As Poppy stepping up, has an option, a bit too predictable, but a lucky bounce goes their way. It all evens out in the end. Vesa Pompa tie the game. No excuses now.
What's the old expression? Perfectly balanced as all things should be. You get a fortunate bounce, we get a fortunate bounce, as Vesa Pompa would say. So, hey, all of a sudden, we're back tied, and neither goal necessarily the prettiest play in the world, but, it works the same. They're not going to lessen the impact of the scoreboard based on how it went in. It's that it went in that matters. It does for Vesa Pompa, and just like that, we're evened up all over again.
We continue on. A brand new game now. 3 points up for grabs if either side can secure that regulation victory. Vesa Pompa already a successful night with 3 points. Would love to add even another one. Good stop there by Hanselinho. Anton tried to find Poppy again. Coogan turns it over. Anton up ahead for Antonio Mannin. Sauce one across in front. Dangerous area as Anton had a swipe at it, but a swing and a miss. And a face-off in the Voittamaton zone.
Boy, oh boy, that could have gone very, very badly, very, very fast for Voittamaton, and it wouldn't have even been to their own fault. And obviously for Vesa Pompa would have loved to have gotten that chance, but you still get an offensive zone draw here.
A loose puck held in for Vesa Pompa. Popping tried the pass. Sebi Larson steps up, throws one across. Nobody home. Kungan and Eki working together. Flyer Kungan over the line. Here's Potzloff across. Defense breaks it up. Puck still loose as Eki had a chance. Face off now in the Vesa Pompa zone.
Yeah, I know these two teams probably aren't thinking too much about it in the middle of the game, but as the broadcasters, we're definitely thinking about it. Now is where you start thinking about that difference between 2 points and 3 points. Regulation win compared to an overtime win, with time starting to dwindle. Not a lot separating these two teams so far, and both sides really could use all 3 points, especially Vesa Pompa. So now it's kind of where that starts to creep into the back of your mind a little bit that, hey, that extra point could be really valuable in the playoff picture.
Flyer Kungan trying to hold it. Ultimately leads to an offside call with 8:54 to go here in regulation. camera angle, if I'm not mistaken. Overhead is indeed the call. Almost kind of looks closer to classic. Yeah, it is a little bit further back. Hey, one of these days we'll get a spectator mode, right? And we'll be able to put it on true broadcast and have fun that way.
Please, please, we want it.
We're never gonna get it. Flyer Kungan heading to the box. We'll change the subject so as to not make Kenu cry himself to sleep tonight. An opportunity for Vesa Pompa here as they go back to the power play. Weren't able to get too many high quality looks on their last attempt. Big moment here in this game though.
Yeah, this is one that feels like Vesa Pompa has got to capitalize on. And remember, a little over 30% on the power play, Voittamaton around 75 on the PK. So very, very even numbers between these two.
Back in circles. Popping across for the one-timer. Big stop by Hanselinho. Potzloff battling, not able to do much. Antonio Mannin fires one on second chance. Sebi Larson. So more good looks here. 30 seconds left though on the kill as the puck is cleared.
Voittamaton, if they win this game, their penalty kill is going to be a big reason why they have denied Vesa Pompa of really any opportunities on their 2 power play chances today.
We are back to even again. 5 minutes left. Team's running out of time. They want those 3 points. All nowhere to go. Antonio Mannin looking to step up. Has Anton. Oh, drag shot. Stopped by Hansu. Full pressure for Vesa Pompa, but the puck out of their reach. They quickly send it back in, even though they're offside. That's a smart play. It was actually a very smart play. Full credit to that one. Not able to get the puck. Potzloff the chance. Has it knocked away. Had they not had such tired legs, that might have been a more dangerous chance for Voittamaton. Jamal. The flyer, Kungan. Down low for Eki. Held up by Sebi Larson. Potzloff for Eki. Tried the short side. Didn't quite have the space. Eki bounces around. Vesa Pompa in control. 50 seconds now. Hopping for Anton. Loose puck. Trouble for Potzloff. Antonio. For Anton, it's off the skates of a defender. Empinen takes the hit from Ekin. Voittamaton get it back. Poked away. Anton, does he have the speed? He does. He scores. Hanselinho misses the poke. Vesa Pompa grabbed the lead in the final minute.
Ton Lund, he's been the hero for Vesa Pompa all night long, and he steps up this time in the defensive end. He pokes it away from Jamal at the point, and once he got that off cleanly, he had the speed. No one for Voittamaton was ready for it. It was one-on-one with one of the most accomplished goalies in the history of this league, and he's just able to squeak that backhand past him on a really aggressive flying poke check attempt from Hanselinho. He just couldn't connect on it. Vesa Pompa with a 2-1 lead. Now remember, we've seen Voittamaton do this before. There's still time left here with a little bit around 30 seconds, I believe it was. But man, oh man, Vesa Pompa, if they can pull this off, not only would this be 2 huge upsets, but Sugi, this puts them back into the playoff picture because they have games in hand on Hymo. It would just be 2 games back of them of that last playoff spot. This is a huge, decisive 30 seconds that could completely alter the shape of the playoff picture as we currently view it.
Well, here we go. 28 seconds on the clock. Here's Anton stepping up. He has speed again. He scores! Doubles up 2 goals in a matter of seconds. Vesa Pompa are gonna take 6 points off of Voittamaton.
This is why the ECL is so fun. You never know what's gonna happen until it actually happens. And that was the play to where Voittamaton, that was just not well executed, especially out of a timeout. Vesa Pompa get the tie up. There's nothing wrong with that. But the problem is that if you look at the replay, both Flyer, Kungan, and Jamal pitched up and tried to poke check for that puck and left the forward all alone for Vesa Pompa. That is not good execution positionally. It cost them a goal. It cost them a chance at winning this game. That was disaster as disastrous gets for Voittamaton on that play.
As Anton maybe wanted that hat trick. We talked about bounces. There were 2 of them that led to a goal apiece. We talked about moments of brilliance, and there were 2 of them from Anton Lund as Vesa Pompa. 6 points on the night. An unbelievable set of results over the 4th seed and Voittamaton in a big night for the Swedes.
That is about as stunning as it gets right there. And you know, Tugi, I'm looking at the current playoff picture right now, and I know we'll probably look at it before we sign off here tonight. That puts Vesa Pompa right in the thick of things. It does. And for Voittamaton to drop those points when you have Mustakulta right in front of you, you have Totorit in reach, and remember, Goons are only 2 points behind them for that 4 spot. That could be big as well, and though Voittamaton do have the 2 games in hand and the 2-point advantage, you never know what can happen. I mean, if Goons are able to get 6 points, all of a sudden that might put Voittamaton in a little bit of trouble for that spot. So this just shifted a lot of things within the playoff picture in a lot of different ways. And Vesa Pompa with, I think, the upset of the season so far, not just stealing 1 game, not just stealing 3 points, but both games and all 6 points. I mean, that is not a result I think anyone expected. And looking at Vesa Pompa's schedule, they still have X in the play who's in front of them. They still have Roots Gaming to play who's in front of them. They have the Blackjacks to play who's in front of them. All of those teams are teams that they're looking to pass. Vesa Pompa, I cannot understate how huge this is. This 100% put them right in the thick of the race for those last playoff spots. That was a massive, massive result right there.
Again, week 4 wasn't very pretty for the mostly Swedish contingent, but so far, the results against Rennescore and massive results here against Voittamaton. The first 2 goals for each side, very fortunate bounces to say the least. But when it mattered the most, 2 goals in the final 28 seconds as Anton Lund makes the play in his own zone, avoids the big flying poke check from Hanselinho. Sure, for Voittamaton, a bit frustrated, didn't end up in a trip or something. But then right here, off the face-off, just immense breakaway speed, quick decision-making. 2 goals in 4 seconds. Unbelievable. 4 seconds of real time is all it took. As you're going to end up looking like Tom Wilson the other week. Take a puck to the face that sums it up pretty well.
That's why your mouth guard needs to be in your mouth and not chewing it.
And Matthew Tkachuk's just a real bad influence, you know? The way it goes. But with that gigantic result for Vesa Pompa, and again, that is just our first broadcast over the next couple of days. Tomorrow we have our Pro Division Spotlight at 19:45 CET, 1:45 p.m. Eastern for the North Americans out there. And of course, Wednesday we're back with more Elite Division coverage. Don't know for sure if the games have been implemented already, but again, a look at the standings because we can at least explain what the situation was compared to what it is now. And indeed, for Vesa Pompa on 26 points, they jump ticky-tock on the same amount of games played. And like you said, I mean, for Voittamaton now, 24 games played. They'll be 4 points back of Mustakulta, which is very surprising. This is a big result for Totori. I mean, this result changes a lot for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and you know, for Totorit, I think this really impacts them because you do the math, it's going to be pretty difficult for Voittamaton to pass them. Totorit would have to lose their last 2 games. Voittamaton would have to just about win out. They would need, I believe, more than 10 points because Totorit has the tiebreaker right now. So they would need 11 out of a possible 12 points to pass Totorit. So, and that would be with them losing out. So Totorit with one win could clinch the number 2 spot in their final series. So that's a massive result for them. With the Kulta, who looks like they actually played, they were at 22 games earlier. So it looks like they actually played a pair of games today during our broadcast. And they did. They played the Blackjacks, and it looks like they split a 6-1 loss and a 3-2 win. So that's a massive result for them. Not able to get all 6 points, but they increased their lead over Voittamaton with them losing both games. And then again, Vesa Pompa on the right side of that board, who started out with 20 points. And I mean, we said it, they're going to have to pretty much win both of these games to really have a shot at those last playoff spots. Here they are, with a chance at it. Now, they're going to need some help in front of them, obviously, with Hymo losing a couple of games and Mythics losing a couple of games. But remember, we looked through the schedule. They play against Roots Gaming, they play against Exon, and I believe they also play against the Blackjacks. So Vesa Pompa still has everything in front of them. It's going to take a lot. They're going to have to pretty much win virtually all of those games. Are definitely going to have to win against Exon and the Blackjacks, but they're now in the position where they could very well sneak their way in if all things go well. And at the bare minimum, they've put themselves in the position to avoid having to fight for their place in the Elite Division because, you know, Tugi, we've covered the Pro Division for a while now. Those are some elite caliber teams typically in those relegation series. We've seen it in the past. Teams that have been in the Elite Division, have been staples in the Elite Division, get bounced out by that new blood in the Pro Division. Vesa Pompa wants to avoid that. They took a huge leap to doing that, those 2 wins today.
So with that, that brings the action to a close for today. We want to thank all of you for tuning in as always. SportsGamer.gg for all the information that you need. And again, we'll be back tomorrow for our Pro Division coverage for 1B Major. I am Tugi24, and we will see you tomorrow. A big night for Vesa Pompa.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
From the Parasite perspective in their road. White's going to be a lot of red in this matchup, and Fatu sees blood early on the
Polski boys, they've struggled to establish anything in the offensive end, weren't able to there. It turned into a quick 3-on-2 where Temu
go for the quick out. Kelly is there to take it away. Numbers here momentarily for Polski boys, sent across. Key boys, of course, we're watching from the Parasite perspective in their road. White's going to be a lot of red in this matchup, and Fatu sees blood early on the
Polski boys, they struggled to establish anything in the offensive end, weren't able to there. It turned into a quick 3-on-2 where Temu
quick out. Kelly is there to take it away. Numbers here momentarily for Polski boys, sent across.
For that Parasite team, which is one of the few that throws the body around.
Side attempt there. At the final minute, Polski boys try to get in on the attack. That one paddled away by Finsera. It's going to attack. That one paddled away by Finsera. It's going to count as a shot on goal. But Kelly's opportunity blocked. Second chance in front, blocked again. Pompa in our second matchup. Parasite in on the attack here. Again, working with those quick passes for Nicky Day. They do very well. Here's Saski stepping up for Polski boys. Tried to cut back. Outshot in this game now after that last chance. Benito, great patience towards goal for Benito. Emu avoids a hit. Time up defensively, but Parasite still in the lead. Combo for able to recover as Brokola got that look. Here's Table again. Shoves one towards goal. Polski boys into the attacking zone, still looking for a way to score. Temu continues to hit problems they can't solve. Wonder going up against the league's leading scorer. It's number 47 for Vatu. attacking zone here. Combo. Patience scores number 50.
That one just squeaks through Mr. Tiku on the 5-hole. Well set up play, and again, you kind of feel for Mr. Tiku because he won.
Combo for Tamu. Angles again, finds Benito. For the first period hat trick. Combo for Nicky Dangles, big save. Bouncing puck in front, goes a little bit wide. Turn over here, Vatu the step. Benito, short side block. Dangles tries to wrap, that's rejected. Wraparound in, a lot of bouncing as Benito rejected. There's some space down the way. Sasky with a step, goes across. And
They were looking for that pass.
Vatu on the forehand. One timer for Nicky Dangles.
Pretty much single-handedly, they have got to give him a little bit more support, not just on the defensive end, but again, generating more offense.
Breakaway West, another save. Steps in, scores. The short side, and he does it one more time. What a performance tonight for Tamu. Fighting back, and he scores. Upgraded.
That is exactly what the doctor ordered right there to tell you. The goal scoring leader for these teams, as you mentioned, stepping up with a pretty much a
Tamu in control. The feed in front for Vaughn. One knocked away, chipped up ahead. Space one more time. The shot. Pressure here's Pompa. Angle scores for Polski boys, but it just seemed like a matter of time until something found its way in the back of the net yet again. 4-1. Polski boys, gold opportunities. That chance, it's Sasky denied. Benito tries to chip out. Here's a chance for Polski boys. They score.
quick goals can potentially happen. You never know. They'll have to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at Parasite to make that happen. But
And here's Nicky Dangles. One more chance. And finds Vatu.
the beneficiary of a lot of that, that one taking a little bit of a bounce. How about Nicky Dangles? I think he wanted to feed him on that play. 'Cause I think
Half time will be wide anyway. It is the double for Parasite. 6 more points in the bag. Back here. Antonio, back to Antonio, and a good blocker save from Angelino. Offense is nothing new as well. Those things. The top two-way players. He tried to go back. Behind the play, hot box. Go Conlund as Vesa, Pompa.
Still have to keep their place in the elite division in a relegation series. And that is a massive thing as well. That's a Pompa need the ball.
To come by the leg.
Talk about a team where you're a team that's trying to find your way.
Oh, steps in, he scores! They'll tie this game up. Up the cross, kind of glides along the pad. Game's having a play. Here's Anton. He scores!
Doing haymakers in the last 5 minutes. And that's the best
Minute. Drop back for Ekin. Goes one towards goal. And in this game, of course, has experience at forward. What we're seeing from a lot of defensemen nowadays are players that have that experience at forward. On that later. Here's Zeki. Jamal to flyer. Kungan just wide. Second chance.